Hi, hi, hi. We're doing a random stream today. Let's see. Hi, Fretz. Welcome in. Hi, Rayu. How you doing? All right. Yeah, you've got the new pressure washer attachment that you want to try out. So, um, good luck. I hope it works. That thing was a bit hefty, so I hope that the support strap for that actually functions. That's true. Yeah, I got you on the other chat. However, that Telegram is about to go into non-distraction mode. Although, honestly, I'm gonna have your particular view up just in case, because it's honestly a little easier to see than Twitch whispers. Until I figure out a better solution for that. So when I get there, uh, this center effects, yes. Oh, okay. Actually, I should mark these messages as red. All right. So, yeah, this is just an impromptu stream. I'm not doing any actual gameplay today. Probably. um, but I am going to be attempting to decipher some of like the language I've been seeing in Tunic. I think someone called it Trunic in the chat. Hi Oberon, how you doing? Welcome on in. Yeah, I'm so yeah, today the I've been trying to put it off, but the itch is just too great. I really want to try my hand at deciphering at least some of the Trunic language. It I can't leave a puzzle alone, even if it's one that I don't have the means to solve. I I'm still gonna keep bashing my head on it until I see the path forward. And I feel like this is one that the path forward is within sight if you put some effort into it. Someone did mention they said something in the first stream that there's a that or at least I interpret it this way, that at some point like you'll learn how to read the language. Um, I I took that, made a potentially flawed assumption that at some point the book would kind of auto translate. So like anywhere where there are runes in the game, like it would show up as like whatever language I read, in this case English. Um, but I realized that was an assumption. I don't really have anything that confirms that that's the case. So I'm not gonna wait. I'm not gonna wait to find out. I feel like we're deep enough in the game that like it's I should have enough pieces to at least make an attempt, get a start on it, maybe at least get some theories going. Um, yeah. At the very least, I'm gonna have fun. Um, and as I was like I was talking to Ojika about this a little bit ago, like because like there was a question of like where's the border between what is spoilers and what isn't. Um, because like I'm kind of trying to uh, like speed up in the game and do something on my own. Like the game, like maybe they want me to wait and not be able to read this at this point. Um, and which that's a good point. Like maybe I'm ruining the enjoyment a little bit, maybe, or maybe I'm ruining what the designers like plan was all along, and I'm supposed to stay in the dark a bit about this. Um, so yeah, like I definitely see the value in that perspective. At the same time, though, I wouldn't call it a spoiler. I might at worst call it like circumventing um intention, but like this entire game is like the intention has been obtuse. You don't know really what is expected of you. You just have to figure it out yourself. So I don't think I'm really straying too far. It would be spoilers if I went and looked something up. So, and I don't want to do that. If they don't want you to read it, then yeah right. Yeah, clearly there is a grammar here. There's a structure and pattern And if they put the effort into making that grammar, that structure, then it should be decipherable. And so I should try and decipher it. Sure, maybe they'll show me the answer eventually, but where's the fun in that? Half the fun sometimes is just trying to, work it out yourself. So yeah, today I am gonna focus on just the scribbling of runes and trying to decipher that. At least that's my goal. I don't want to do any of the gameplay. I want to save that for the like the standard Wednesday stream. This just felt like it might be too sedentary, too maybe too slow for like a standard stream. But it's at the same time, it's content. It's related to the game, and so I didn't want to just do it on my own. I wanted to take a crack at it where others could like see as well. So yeah, that's my reasoning for doing this as a one-off. Good point. Let me update that title. I knew I forgot something. Let's see. This one. And a Wherewolf versus ConLang. Yeah, you know what? I'll start with that. You know what? I'll even go with that spelling. Cheeky bugger. Wherewolf versus ConLang. Fight. And let me get my. Someday I will have a. Let's use this one. Someday I will have emoji and such that I could use. That day has not yet arrived. I'll do this, and a werewolf becomes a Whatwolf. Yeah. I honestly don't know what the art is for making stream titles. Like, I'm kind of taking this little slapdash with a rough formula that I've kind of internalized over. Oops, that's not the button I wanted. Over, years of watching YouTube and such, and it's probably a busted formula at this point. But you know what? As long as it's working. Let's see. Yeah, that'll do. Cool. All right, that should be updated. Interesting name. Yes, it's updated. We're good there. I've you know what? Let me switch over to the other stream. Sweet. Hopefully this will be a good view for this. And actually also let me get Spotify actually going again on this, because this is one of those situations where we kind of want the background music. So unmute me as Spotify and play me as Spotify. Although, is the music too loud? Is this the right level? I probably should have tested that. So, I kind of just want a little backing track that doesn't, lovely. Thank you, sir. Yeah. If it becomes too much, like you're struggling to pick out, my own mumblings over that, I can easily knock that down a couple of pegs. And because I wanted to plug this particular playlist that I'm playing. So this is Walking Dogs playlist, one of their playlists that I'm using today. So I think this might be one of their newer ones, but yeah, it's just their lo-fi beats to stream to playlist. So this is you may have seen like Wherewolf. This he's I learned about this label through him. He's part of this label, one of the creators, and so he frequently pushes it from his stream. I honestly should yeah, there's Vince. I kind of wanted to do something that supports community streamers a little more as well. So we'll use his music. And let me put the address into the chat quickly. I think I should be allowed to since it's me. Yeah, I also know just how much product is in that hair, because I've attempted to make my own mane stand on end, and when I don't keep it trimmed for summer, I've got a lot to defy gravity. So, but yeah, let's see. All right, so yeah, this is it's their music that we're going to be vibing to today. And I've got that link handy in case I need to share it again if anyone ever asks. What do we got here? A windmill fight, you say? All right. So, let's see if this actually works as a viable setup. This could be awkward. So, like, I should be able to like do scribbling. Excellent. That's a good sign. And let's pick a color that's and a width that should be decent for this. So yeah, that should work. I think that's visible on the stream. Yeah. I would highly recommend their music. They've got a good they've got some range in their albums, and they've got a lot put together so far. So all right, so I guess let's start with a quick overview of like my current theories. Let me also put the sketchy pad down. So this is probably a good one to start with, and let me know if you want me to zoom in on anything. I don't really have control set up for actually doing a more controlled zoom in, but I can at least make something full screen, or as necessary. So like yeah, like this is one of the story pages, and one of the things, and I think I mentioned this on a stream not too long ago. One thing I noticed is the use of punctuation. They use periods. They've got commas in here. So it's simple punctuation, not doing anything too advanced, like they're not busting out the semicolons. And I suspect that it would be dangerous for them to try and use a hyphen in this particular ConLang. And for anyone that doesn't know, ConLang is a portmanteau for constructed language. So con for constructed, lang for lingual. So yeah, that's what a ConLang is. So they've got simple punctuation. They also intersperse like English words, English phrases. Inserting English phrases, English words does not necessarily mean that the deciphered language, the interpreted language, that it is itself English at the base. For example, there's a lot of music where, just to be cool, or because it kind of fits the flow, the meter, and what, they'll switch and use another language's phrase. And it happens a lot in J-pop, for example. they'll drop in an English phrase or a German phrase um, for, you know, just for effect. And like we do that sometimes in like American music as well. Uh, this is a little cheap, but the like an easy example that comes to mind is we very often like to do countdowns in Spanish. Something about doing like uno, dos, tres, cuatro is kind of, it just has a nice roll. Rolls a little better tun, deux, trois, quatre. You don't hear too many French countdowns. Admittedly, I kind of butchered the R's in that one just a little bit. Yum yum yum, sip 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 slurp. So yeah, but there are like English titles. Cat sank drowned. So quatre for 4, sunk for 5. Drown though. Struggling with that one. Usually cease comes after sunk. Ugh. That's a 789 joke. I see. Cheeky. Yeah. So, but there are also like these English titles. Let me zoom out all the way. And there's also like sections that are just fully in English. Like this is more than just a simple phrase for flavor. Like these are important things, not just interspersed into a dialogue. So this makes me think that English is the actual language I should be able to interpret this into. It does make me wonder if there's another language that the game is written in. Like if I had the option to choose French instead of English, would the entire manual change to translate into French? Maybe with a simplified character set, but still, like I'm kind of curious about that actually. That'll be fun to look up. Okay, so yeah, I between the punctuation, heck, there's even ellipsis there. That's not too common outside of Western languages, especially, and English loves an ellipsis. So yeah, there's the between the punctuation, and the use of English in titles and in full phrases that are meaningful. I'm very sure this is English that this is going to be written in. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's written in like letter for letter English, and I'll get to that in a moment because there's another theory that I've got kicking around. What? You know what? This is probably a good piece to focus on. Let's zoom in a bit so it fits the frame. All right. So, actually, you know what? Let's actually give me a snip of that, please. Copy that. Paste it into here. So it'd be a little easier if I could just scribble on it, honestly. And let's pick a color that's going to stand out on this. Maybe orangey. All right. Orange is a weird color name. That word doesn't like when you translate it into other languages. It often stays orange or something similar to orange. And some languages do have their own word for it, but it's like a different shade or context of it. Color theory. Doesn't exist as in it's something that our mind is interpreting based on how we're picking up signals of reds and greens mixed together. Or because I'm not entirely certain on the exact reason why it doesn't exist. Because I know blue is interesting in that like it doesn't like there's no blue pigment that occurs naturally in nature, if I recall correctly. Technically brown. Oh, that's interesting, actually. Yeah, that makes sense because the color wheel that we learn in school with the primary colors of red, yellow, blue, those aren't the primary colors of light. So like we don't see those. Those are um, what is the term? Pigment? I think it's colors of pigment. Yeah. So yeah, and you mix them all together and you get brown. Pigment ones anyway. Where was I? Oh yeah, blue is interesting one that like it doesn't have a natural pigment in nature, but we see blue a lot in nature, and that's and it's entirely just by the way the wavelength of light is actually bent for us. So the sky is really just about you know white light being like certain wavelengths of white light being scattered. So like at the height of day, it's blue is the one wavelength that we get to see more of that comes to us. It's not scattered as much. But like say like you see there's a butterfly that's a very nice shade of blue. It's actually it's a very pretty butterfly in my estimation. That one like it's scales actually on their wings that will like reflect back that particular blue wavelength of light and kind of mingle all the other wavelengths. So like their wings aren't actually blue. They're just basically scales that are designed in such a way that blue is the only wavelength of light that's sent back to us. So which is really cool. Um, blah, blah, blah. Distractions. I honestly don't mind if I get distracted a lot today. This is going to be one of those meandering streams. So, back to this scribbly bit, though. Oh, give me back, I would like just the brush. So, and maybe slightly less than what I had before. 6 is good. So, one thing I'm noticing is there's this bar that runs in the middle of all of these words. I'm gonna use words because honestly, that's where my this is going to go. Oh yeah, I'm glad you approve. This is going to be pure distraction, and hopefully at least an interesting one. So I believe these bars, they help us tie together characters to and indicate like a word or at least a unit of speech. So like I expect like this to be a single word and this to be a single word, so on and so forth. So this is one of the assumptions I'm going to start with, and I feel fairly safe in this assumption. And I don't think the bar is necessary for this writing system, that center bar. And the reason I believe that, or at least I presume this, is because of something I saw on one of these pages. Saw writing and writing and writing and writing and writing and writing. Actually, that's something else I want to look at. Maybe it's one of the more ornamental ones, I think. Here. So here, this is clearly the writing system, but the center bars, the horizontal bars, are not present. So I don't, but the general like hexagonal structure still exists. And so this is why I don't think that the center bars are necessary for this writing system. I think maybe they serve as a guide, and are there to kind of basically more easily delineate a word, a single word. Hi Bones, welcome to a academic stream, we'll say. Maybe. Yeah, I'm gonna be doing scribblies today. Today's the day where I get out my my push pins, my red yarn, and in a cork board, and I start making up wild assumptions and attempting to find meaning in things, whether it's a correct meaning or not. I don't know if Bones is particularly surprised. Oh, right. But yeah, I don't. Oh yeah, how are you feeling, Bones? How are you doing today? You were, is your leg feeling a little better, hopefully? Or you still have to wait until someone gets a chance to look at that? Okay. I hope you can get it checked out soon, so that they can recommend a path forward. Something tells me though since you've already done this a couple times, you probably have an idea of already like the directions this is going to go, and have already started like doing some of the stuff you expect they're going to recommend. So yeah, I hope that I hope that when you get it checked out, they have like a path forward that seems like it might be a little more like a permanent resolution, or at least something that lasts longer. So yeah, good luck. I know that inevitability. My knee started acting up recently, and like I've been looking at it with some serious side eye. I did get it X-rayed though, and there was nothing wrong with any of the bones yet. So, in spite of it being a bit grindy, but yeah, the thankfully it's not that, but it's still it still has a problem, and I actually need to call up the clinic to follow through on a physical therapy referral that my doctor gave me. So we'll see what that's like. Yeah, I would rather stay ahead of it. Like staying ahead of things is what I try to do, even if it's daunting. Yeah. Oh my gosh. I feel so bad. You've been suffering that for a while. Nah. Large pop is that pop is a worrying thing. Don't like that might be worth, just having it looked at to make sure nothing is maybe coming loose. Because there'll be that one day where it pops and it's just like, oh, that didn't go the direction it was supposed to go. Yeah. Oh my. Yeah, I've got some of the snap crackle pop, thankfully, but not the full range. You guys heard one of the snaps on stream like a few weeks back when I stretched, and I think that was my sternum that just like snapped, and it ended up in the recording. That felt good. Yeah, it would be a good idea to get a primary doctor while you've got insurance and can build that relationship before sooner. You don't have to see them often. Like it's just an annual checkup typically. You do the first one, you'll have two up front, where it's like the first one's just a greeting and you kind of say hello. You do all the information exchange. Then he or she, they, whatever, might schedule you for something sooner for like a just a full physical style checkup. And as long as there's nothing outstanding, they'll just put it in the record, and then you'll schedule an appointment for 1 year later, until you get to a particular age, and then and then you unlock the DLC, the horrible DLC. Should hear my Derek's next skiing injury when he's. Oh my god! I think I have seen X-rays of my neck, like 3-dimensional X-rays. I think I know exactly what's happening when your dad pops his neck, and I can visualize it. I'm glad that that doesn't bother me. You met your PCP once. I don't have any room to say anything judgmental about that. for as much as I love to judge and have be full of snide remarks, because it's until last year, I didn't have a primary care provider since high school. Because like college, I was on my own. I didn't know what I needed to do, and wasn't really like you never learn in high school or even in your college orientation courses like how to be an adult in some of those ways, particularly with things like insurance and taking care of yourself. So I was just like, well, until something goes wrong, I'll just wing it. That was a mistake. It was a costly mistake. I spent so much, so much unnecessary money fixing my fangs because I just like like dental stuff. It's sinister. It creeps in over time. You don't know anything's wrong because it's hidden and it's not something that you can see easily until by the time you become aware of it because you feel it either by touch or by twinge, it's too late. It requires effort, significant effort. So yeah, like if definitely definitely don't take it for granted, even though our healthcare system is absolutely abysmal as far as like affordability and availability, and very often even quality and trust. It's still getting something done, at least getting eyes on it, even if you have to go and get a second opinion, is still better than having no visibility at all. So, um, yeah, and I had to learn that lesson the hard way. So if I can if I can ramble and prevent at least one other person from having to learn something the hard way, like it's time well spent. Taking care of things up front is a lot less expensive than fixing them down the line. So, just so you know. The many things they don't teach you absolutely should. I'm doing that now. Anything is, yeah, exactly. Almost anything is better than nothing. Um, like that even goes with things like decision making. Like doing nothing, making no decision is still a decision, and the absence of a decision is still, you know, it's still something, but you've chosen not to act, and so control is taken out of your hands. There's more nuance to it than that, but that's often how I feel about that kind of thing. So yeah, there are a lot of things that I wish we learned in school, but yeah, that kind of thing is one of them. My God, I can go on forever. I'll do a little more of the scratch work here, and then I'll probably let myself wander back into that distracting territory. I could spend way too much time on that. um, where was I? Yes. So these are words. The horizontal line helps us to find where a word begins and ends, in my estimation, but it's not absolutely necessary based on context. Where was I, wolf? That's what I am. But where was I, wolf? Where was a wolf? um, and I think, although I don't have too many examples of this to go by, so I think maybe in this situation, like this might be one of those cases where the horizontal line isn't necessary because this might be a single word. And this little one here, I'm very sure this is a single word unto itself, and you can kind of delineate these as two separate words just because of font, which is something we very often do in like our own like titling. Like you see like a movie poster that's like a The Ring or The Hobbit or something like that. Often they'll make the word "the" into like tiny print, like at the top, like this, and put like the more meaningful words, the more impactful ones, on the next line in a much bigger font, because a leading an, or a leading article in English is while it has some meaning, it's something we can often infer from context, and so we largely drop it from our when we're writing something that's meant for like advertising or marketing purposes. Even if it's a single word, it proves a case. Yeah, it proves a potential case. Um, it helps define a case, I should say. Like it's one of those situations like where you're trying to figure out like all the different buckets of possibilities when you're writing a program, and occasionally you get to one of these things like this where it's just like, okay, this seems like it should be in a bucket on its own, but it's the only item I have for that bucket at the moment. We'll see later on if there's more things to add to the bucket, or if the bucket ended up not having a meaning and we just throw it back into one of the larger buckets. But yeah, you're right. This proves some sort of case. So yeah, that's what I think is going on here. Yeah, and there's some. Let's wander into that. Actually, there are some of these symbols that are words. Yeah, actually, it's more of a ramekin at the moment, instead of a bucket. Yeah. Oh goodness. Where was I going before I got distracted by drink and drinking problems? All right. So there are some symbols that occur a lot, and so well, like the English language has like frequency tables. I've seen them more for individual characters. So like the letters like S and E, they happen a lot in the English language, like much more than most other languages. Or I mean, most other letters, I should say, within the English language, specifically English as well, by the way. But every language has a frequency table for its characters. And interestingly, those frequency tables often follow a standard curve, where it's like the most frequent one. Like actually, if I do this as like axes, so like if you were just to put like letters here and just be like this is E and S and L all the way over to like Q and J, like, and this is like number for frequency. I'm still getting used to the disconnect between the paper I'm writing on and the paper I'm looking at when it comes to using a tablet. But yeah, like the frequency curves, if I recall correctly, they often follow like this sort of curve. Not quite a bell, because it like it's a bit smoother than a bell curve. But yeah, it comes out and then it drops pretty quick, and it's an interesting effect that this kind of frequency curve occurs in the character sets for like a wide array of languages. Anyway, but I let myself get sidetracked a bit there. But frequencies, they are important for what I'm going to talk about. So I'm going to transfer selection for later. And delete. Let's go back to the brush. There are some characters, some words that I've seen appear a lot. One of them is this one that looks like 2 up arrows. Another one is actually right here on this page, and it's this one that looks kind of like a single up arrow over a line. I see these 2 characters a lot on all of these pages. So I'm inclined to believe that these might be, yeah, exactly, yeah, right there on the left as well. I'm inclined to think that these might be some of the most common words in the English language, and those are a, and the indefinite and definite articles. I think that these 2 characters are maybe 2 or maybe all 3 of these words, depending on how the rating system works. So I'm going to use that, and because of this, seeing one of them here at the top here, and what I was mentioning about how we tend to do poster art when it comes to words, I honestly think that this double up arrow is the word the. So, if there's any point where I'm going to crack into making guesses, I'm going to start there, and I'm going to assign this character to the word the. And I feel somewhat confident that I can probably make this one into a maybe an. We're not sure yet. So that's kind of where I want to start with picking out like some of the low-hanging fruit. So yeah. And so if I were to do that here, it doesn't get us too much. It's just like a something, 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 a something, something. It's not much, but it's a start. The something. But let's go take a look at some of the pages. Maybe one of the ones that's a little more intuitive. There's the page that has the controller, the controls. Yeah. So these are probably going to be fairly common actions. Actually, you know what? I just realized I chose a page that doesn't have either of these symbols on it. It's not particularly helpful. Is there another one that has common actions that uses these symbols? This one has one of them, but it's not particularly helpful. You know what? This might be a decent place to start. Because the symbols appear here for a fair amount. So, in this first line, this first section, ringing the East Bell, we had 3 things to do. And it's this was the first bit of the adventure that we did in the game. So we had to visit the East Forest and do something. We had to visit the hero's grave, do something. And then there was the guard captain that we had to do something with. So this was when we wandered into that forested territory. And we made our way through the area where I spent way too much time trying to convince monsters to break bushes for me when I could have just walked around them. I've been a derp a few too many times in this game. This was so that section, and then I picked up a sword at the grave, at the hero's grave, the one that's out there. We later learned there's more than one. And then we found our way to the mini boss, which I guess was the guard captain, which was this guy. So yeah, and we fought him, and pretty much on the other side of the door from him was the bell, the big tuning fork thing that we rang. So knowing that general story, we can maybe make some guesses to what this is trying to tell us, because we know what we did. So going into the East Forest, something the something. Okay, so we did something to something, and it's a full sentence. So in English, this is probably going to follow the typical pattern of action. If this is the word the, that is it's usually act upon the thing. So this is probably a verb the object. So could be maybe ring the bell. So that's a theory. Let me write that down so I don't lose track of it. So that's a possibility. So, and then we'll try and see if we can find those symbols elsewhere in the book to see if it supports it a little bit. Verb the object. Yep. Honestly, we do that a lot. And every boss fight honestly should just start with verb the object. Um, let's see, for the hero's grave, like they actually give us a symbol, which is kind of helpful. And so if that is the word or the word a, so this could be like a sword, something something the something, and the ellipsis of course means it's an incomplete sentence. Like it's a half a thought that they just kind of let trail off and let you kind of make your own assumption based on the context. Usually it's obvious once you have the context what it means, and they don't need to say the rest. But yeah, so like a sword, word, the word, dot, dot, dot. Are any of those words similar to the one above? Not quite. No, nothing. No, nothing's really close enough. So we'll just set that aside then. And then, yeah, then the last one, the guard captain. So this one uses a couple of exclamations. So it doesn't usually, like exclamations in English, they often don't follow the standard subject object verb structure of most English sentences. They're imperatives. They're usually like issuing a command. So very often there's like the subject's omitted, and often even the object's omitted. So like it could be like look out or strike first. It could be. These symbols here, they're none of the ones above either. It's not particularly helpful. So unfortunately, all I've got is like word. Not particularly helpful. So, and even then, like this was a guess. So I guess I could try to any of those characters above appear down here because we have another story here. Like this one here. No. This is an interesting word here. And this was, right, this involved having to find the key as well. So, maybe it might refer to a key. I don't think it would directly say the word key, though, if they're going to put the symbol here. I don't think so, anyway. That would be a little too on the nose. This symbol here. Not really. Yeah, but there's the word A, assuming that's what that is. This symbol here is very similar to this one here. But it's not the same because it's missing that little strikeout on the upper right. So yeah, not particularly helpful there. Dark Tomb. So this is where there were all the laser statues, the skeletons that would come to life, and the spike floors. So, and after we made our way through it, like there was we walked to a door, and then we got to the top of the big glowy purple humming monolith, and there's the lantern was just hanging out up there. So, let's see, some sort of action, like just a single word, exclamation, and then something, a something. And this symbol is similar to this one, but again, it's not the same. Like that little leg there just kind of popped up. But this symbol here is the same as this. So something A, something A. So these, we have a repeated phrase here at least. And both of them involves acquisition. Like, because this one we had to get a key, and this one we had to get a lantern. That doesn't really mean this is get. It could be like find or something like that. So, but yeah, like we have a shared phrase here that's potentially useful. So before I go digging for words that match ring and bell to see if I can find a match for that, something else occurs to me as I look at these words. There is sort of a shape pattern to them. Let's grab one where the shape is a little easier to spot, like this word here, perhaps. Yoop. And then expand it out. Yeah, that'll do. And pick me a different color. Let's go with this green up here. Yeah. So there is a pattern shape. All of these words, oops, I've got the wrong tool selected. There we go. All of these words seem to be made of hexagons. Yeah. And the reason I didn't draw the line all the way through those middle ones is because it seems like the hexagons share the borders, but the borders aren't necessarily consistent. They're not always full horizontal lines like this. For example, here in this word, like there's a whole border here, but here where the break would normally be, there's like no horizontal line at all. It's just not there. And yeah, and even then, like, they don't always look like a hexagon, so like some of the pieces are missing. But yeah, like they don't always have to have a border between them. But it does seem like they are hexagon shapes. And so each unit is like 3 vertical lines with some sort of angling going on in between them. I'm pretty sure that that's how this is structured. So yada, like this would be the third one. So I don't know what it means for there to be the overlap here. Like, is that going to make it difficult to identify like some of the symbols, because I don't know if a piece of that horizontal line belongs to one, the other, both. Probably not neither, but one, the other, or both. Like, that could be problematic if that's the case. So yeah, I'm thinking those are some sort of unit, and I hesitate to say letter because the number of varieties that can take place within a single unit seems to be more than there are English letters. So I think it's something more complicated than just a simple, like, one-to-one matchup between letters and a single symbol. So, and you know what? That honestly, that makes sense if I'm going with my guess here of this being the word the. That means I've packed 3 English letters into one hexagonal symbol. So yeah, it's definitely going on the assumption that this is the word the. It's definitely not a one-to-one correspondence between letters and symbols. So, but it's a single syllable though. So it's possible it could be like a phoneme, maybe? Hmm. Yeah, I don't really want to say a single symbol becomes a single syllable, because we have the word, like, if only because I haven't proven it yet, but if like this phrase is correct, ring the bell, both these two words are one syllable. So maybe I got that wrong. Maybe those are more than one. But like if you look here in their symbols, um, the first word has two hexagons, so two syllables, two phonemes. And the third word has has three hexagons, so three syllables or three phonemes. End up having to stay quiet, loving the thought process and deduction. So, nah, I understand. It's difficult, especially when like if it's a puzzle you really enjoyed, you really want to, you want to participate, you want to dig in. And you know what? I, I I can't make you sit completely on your hands. That honestly feels a little unfair. Just, you know, uh, if just don't react in a way that definitely tells me the answer. But otherwise, like, honestly, I think if there was a little leading, I don't think I don't think I'm deciphering all this today. There's a lot to do. Like, even if I figure out the pattern, I'm still probably not going to figure out like a full like lexicon or syllabary or mapping, that kind of thing. Um, After all, I do have to stop eventually. um, so maybe that word isn't bell. Oh, and I've used the word phoneme a few times. I shouldn't assume that that word means anything to everyone in the that's watching. So a phoneme is um, it's a word in linguistics that pretty much, I'm going to oversimplify, but it basically equates to a single sound. So like most English letters, for example, like t, ch, sh, b. Those are, each one of those is like a single sound. Um, I don't want to say that that's definitely the definition of phoneme, but because I think it might be more complicated than that. For example, um, I'm going to use Japanese, and I'm going to use it because it's something I'm trying to study and learn and practice right now. So it's top of mind, not just because I'm a weeb, but in Japanese. And let me go to a different color for this. Like they have three primary writing systems. They've got some other words for like context in their writing, like when they use writing systems, but like I can put those aside. They have three primary writing systems. They have their different purposes. Two of them are the same syllabary, same alphabet, just to kind of abuse a term that's more like readily understood in English, more widely understood, I should say. The same alphabet, but different purposes for when you would use one character set versus the other. But the way their characters work is each one is a combination of, or almost all of them are a combination of a consonant and a vowel. If you convert it to Romaji, which is like the English or Latin approximation. So like this character here is pronounced ki. It's ki. This one is ku. And they also have the vowels just sitting on their own. So like this is e. But their entire syllabary is basically consonant vowel pairs, and I'm oversimplifying. And the standalone vowels, like the consonant, is just null. It's just empty. They have a few special situations which are use combinations of their characters, because their characters do some double duty. They also have functional abilities, and can modify the way something is said or the meaning of a word. But yeah, like this is like a concept of a phoneme, where this is a sound, a phoneme being a sound, a single unitary sound. I've been talking a lot. I need a drink. Mm-hmm. All right. So my theory is that each one of these hexagons is a phoneme, is a sound. I don't know if it's something as straightforward as like a consonant vowel pair. Because we, like in English, we have a couple other sounds that we've put together. Like we have sh and ch, the, and even some less common sounds, zh. Like we've got some like that don't involve vowels at all, but it's still multiple characters we've stuffed together to make a different sound. Although, you know, don't get me started on this bastard. Nope, too late. I already got myself started, actually. Why do we abuse ourselves in English like this? Why are we inconsistent about our rules? Like this, where this is good in spaghetti, or rough. It's an F in rough, or completely silent in through. Like, why do we do this to ourselves? English is hard enough to learn as it is. We're very wishy-washy in our freaking rules for our writing system. Also, I just realized my head was in the way of the zh. So, I've scribbled a lot on the board. I think it's time to erase some of the things that don't matter here. But yeah, that's my current theories. I think that each one of these is a single sound, and that supports my assumption here of this being the word the, because that's a single sound, and it kind of puts together a vowel sound with a non-vowel sound. And I worded it that way because of the whole th thing here being a single sound unto itself. The in this case, the hard th. So yeah, maybe this represents some sort of vowel combination. And if we ignore, and like if I actually rip out the middle line here, because I was saying I think this is just a guide for words, then that means this is, you know, this is the sound a or an. So, and since this is and if this is just the letter a, that would kind of make sense. That's like just a standalone vowel. It's a less complicated sound than the. Sorry, some of the smoke just tried to escape my brain. Thought just occurred. So something that's been pointed out to me sometimes is I don't pronounce English the same way a lot of people pronounce it. I've just by nature of like moving around a lot as a kid, learning how to speak from multiple teachers and multiple locations, as well as, you know, having to figure out a lot of the stuff on my own, because you know, I think latchkey is kind of is the word for it. Like a kid that kind of is left on their own a lot, and they just kind of like, they don't necessarily take care of themselves, but they babysit themselves more or less, while you know, your parents are off working and supporting the household, that kind of thing, you know, or wherever your parents are. You're on your own for the most part, though. I taught myself, my parents, like my father, honestly, he got me started on reading. He gave me some basic books, but I was left on my own to figure out how to read English specifically. on my own, like kind of pick up the symbols and put it together. And I the magic smoke. Um, yeah, the muzzle does make it a little difficult to speak. Uh, man, wait until I get facial tracking. You can actually. Nope. We'll save that for future thirst traps for the stream. um, the and so what I would end up doing is I'd be pretty confident in that I learned it, and then like I'd actually get some time to sit down with dad or maybe with the caretaker at in the daycare center or someplace like that. This is like toddler years. Um, and they would like I'd read it out to them and they would correct me where I needed to be corrected, but otherwise I don't have a consistent training on how to pronounce words. I honestly I learned how to pronounce many English words much later um, because of Latin class when I took Latin for a year. That was like I learned a large vocabulary, um, a decent lexicon because I read a lot, and so I read the words, but you don't learn the pronunciation from seeing the letters on a page. Not until you've got enough bits and pieces in your toolbox to kind of figure out the how things go. Oh, actually, something I did help out a lot as a kid was it my first grade year? I think my first grade year in when I lived in Illinois, we had a phonics class. I don't know if they still do that, but like phonics is basically like learning the sounds of a language, and so like we had that. It wasn't a reading class. It was learning the sounds of the English language, and like that helped me a lot. But of course, it's a full, it's a long class because English doesn't follow rules strictly enough. Experiences read far more than I spoke, so I'm still pronouncing things. Yeah, yeah, exactly. And there are some words that like um, I feel like others don't pronounce correctly, but it's more likely I'm the one that's in the wrong. um, but I stick to my pronunciation. Like a word's actually, you know what? I'll write it out. Um, with the right tool selected. Here we go. Like this word. I pronounce that epic. I have my entire life. Um, the first time I heard someone else say it out loud was Earth Sciences class. We were talking about the different breakdowns of geological time. And the teacher and everyone else, and this was in rural New York at this point, so rural New York State, and they were pronouncing it epoch, and I still struggle to call that epoch. Like that word just it feels weird in my mouth. Epoch, and so I still just pronounce that epic. It's always epic to me. I think I've looked this up before. You know what? Let me just do this live on stream. A teachable moment. Bring me to Dick, Shun the Dicks. Dictionary. I'm doing this with one paw because the other one's holding the writing tablet. Epic. I think this is telling me I've been pronouncing it correctly. Epic. Nyaha. Vindication. I'm curious though. Epoch. Epic. Okay. I feel good. However, I'm not just gonna burn everything out of the water. I only looked at one source. Let's see. Does it mention alternate pronunciations? So let's go to Merriam-Webster. Also, and British usually. Okay. So this first one here, the primary pronunciation is epic. But they do also have an alternate, US pronunciation and British usually. And this one is epoch. I see. Interesting. So I guess I use the dictionary pronunciation, but common pronunciation in the US and the UK is epoch. And I live in the US. I still want to go with what the dictionary says, though. Well, but yeah, like this is one of those situations where it's like I'm not going to get into a holy war about it, but like I learn a word one way and then everyone else knows it a different way. English is so fluid; it changes so much. Even yeah, I'm pretty sure there are words that I used to pronounce differently. That I know that like I pronounce them a different way now. I struggle to think of any, but because it's if that change happened, it happened long enough ago. Oh goodness, I've got to be careful with that button. I also need to check my hotkeys. Apparently that hotkey means something else in browser. So yeah, like that's an example of, and so all of this, because I wandered a lot in that, is to say that I pronounce things differently than is probably common. As a matter of fact, one of my friends, actually, I think it's Ojika. He sometimes is quipped that I have like a weird. Mine is probably the way I speak is probably closer to, we'll say, received American, like what is considered like dictionary American, but it's not everyday colloquial American English. Like I pronounce more letters in the way I speak words than is typical for most people around me. If my pronunciation changes at all, it might be in like some of the vowel structure, because those are easier, a little more fluid. Consonants, though, like because vowels are about like your mouth being open, the airway being open for the most part, whereas consonants are about how you close the airway. And there are many more ways, like more nuanced ways to close the airway, and so like those are a little more mechanical to learn. Which makes sense coming from a primarily read vocabulary. Yeah, exactly. So, the reason I bring that up is because I realized I was pronouncing that the and a. However, while I might say a phone or a can of soda, common way to pronounce the indefinite article, this letter A, is like I think it's called the schwa sound, which is a very common replacement for vowels in the English language. Actually, we very often use an in the place of a lot of vowels because it's it's easier to say in many words. After all, like maybe this should have been the instead of the, but the and if I do that, that lends a little more credence to maybe my idea that of the phoneme, the vowel consonant sound. There is this common element between the two of the top of this arrow, and if these are consonant vowel clusters, I think they are, then maybe this piece of symbol means so and then the, and so that kind of maybe implies that without the cap, the rest of this is just the little buzzy th, the hard th. Hi, Rail. Yes, welcome to my surprise stream in linguistics and meandering. So a little light on the action, but it's a lot of puzzling. It's a very cerebral stream today. So I'm doing pretty good. I'm warping my brain and wandering off on long tangents today, and I've taken forever on my opening assessments. I guess I've been kind of putting together like a collection of assumptions is probably a good way to put it. So, how are you doing today? I hope you've been well on this this poorly named day. It's Labor Day, but most of us do not labor, unless you're an unfortunate soul that works in the service industry, in which case this day is aptly named. I'm very sorry. We spent the holiday, just got back from grocery shopping. Nice. Get anything tasty? Bring anything to share with the class? Yum, yum, yum. Let's see. So you know what? Let's get rid of a bunch of the stuff that I don't need here. So this is taking up a lot of space. Actually, you know what? I think I'm going to clear a lot of this out. Actually, it'd be easier to select the stuff I'd like to keep and then get rid of the rest. So, copy, delete everything, paste. Here we go. And then a little cleanup. Boop. I know it doesn't matter, but it'll bother me. Ooh, bacon, chicken. Chicken ranch wraps does sound very good. Garden suddenly humps. I have some things to plant. Oh, nice, nice. It is September though. There are some things you can plant right now that might come up in time before winter hits. Then again, you live in a warmer climate. You have a longer growing season than I'm used to. And then there are some crops that that's up in the north. We can plant them and they'll hibernate under the soil, stay insulated there, and then they'll pop up early in the spring. Yeah, September in Florida. So yeah, you're in my July currently. Exactly. Awesome. Marigolds are great for that. Oh man, flowers are an easy and really nice thing that you can add to most gardens that will defend them against unwanted invaders of your crops. Yeah, marigolds are an easy one. If I recall correctly, I think deer are also put off by marigolds. I don't know if it's the scent, but I know that they definitely hate the taste of them. That's super bitter. Okay, yeah, rabbits definitely. They're a little closer to the ground, whereas deer are like, I'll just step over that shit. Because I see some tasty strawbs. Give those. Give me. They're mine. Or, all my frickin' zucchini. Or my pumpkins. The deer. Frickin' deer. They're hungry. They're voracious. Oh, they love the corn. They really love the sweet corn. But yeah, that flowers are one way, and actually a couple of really good plants to keep pests away. Lavender. That one is very nice for us because we find it to be generally a relaxing kind of. It's a clean and slightly sweet and soapy smell. We find that to be pleasant. And pollinators like bees and to some extent flies, but not very much for in this particular situation. They like it as well, and so they'll keep a field of lavender going pretty strong. But almost every other insect arachnid, and all rodents, they hate lavender so much. Matter of fact, an easy way to keep roaches out of your house is to plant lavender around the perimeter of your house. Like they can't get around it. They hate it. So the only way they can get past is going up the front steps where you can't plant shit usually. Yeah, lavender is nice. Although it can get a little out of hand. It grows in big bushes. So yeah. Cinnamon and rosemary are also very good ones. They have a strong scent. Eucalyptus as well. Most things hate the scent of eucalyptus oil. However, I would recommend avoiding eucalyptus for ecological purposes and safety purposes. It's a invasive species in the U.S., so it very quickly gets out of hand and grows everywhere, and it chokes out most other plants. As a matter of fact, like the west coast of the U.S. has a eucalyptus problem, and on top of that, eucalyptus is specifically the oil in eucalyptus is highly flammable. So fire spread quickly when a eucalyptus tree catches. So it's not helping the west coast either, unfortunately. So yeah, like eucalyptus is effective for pest control. So like if you want to use eucalyptus, use it as like in an oil diffuser. Don't plant eucalyptus as much as like a self-sustaining like solution would be nice. It's not good for our local environment, and it's just generally a hazard to life. So don't plant it. But yeah, eucalyptus oil applied or diffused is super effective. Mints as well. Mints are also like anything with menthol in it, or capsaicin. So like the pepper family. These are good. These are good pest deterrents as well, and in some cases they're also antibacterials and antifungals. So yeah, there's a lot you could do with just plants alone to protect your garden, which is really cool. Let's see, just for this, yeah, mint is nice. Yeah, plant defenses are great. Because yeah, once you get to the actual food crops, they don't. Their defenses are more like they don't really have defenses because a lot of them they rely on being eaten to spread their seeds around. So like they just ask for it. Like most fruits and most vegetables, like they want to be eaten. So they do it. Like if they don't get eaten, they'll propagate where they fall, but they would rather spread far and wide, so that they want animals to help with that. The rain has let up. I'm going to take advantage. All right. Happy planting. Good luck. And don't let the humidity get you too quick. That's true. You're right. Caffeine. Is caffeine a pest deterrent? I forget. So I know caffeine affects most animals. I thought it just like was kind of harmful to the smaller ones. I didn't know if it deterred them. Very much so. Yeah, well, I'm not a small animal, so caffeine ain't gonna help you against me. Nice try though. Where was I? Right, I was about to saunter off onto the idea of getting some words figured out. So let's scribble down the first of my theories. So I was pretty sure that this is a potentially pronounced as a. And I'm pretty sure, actually, you know what? Since the horizontal bar seems to be unnecessary, I'm just going to join it. Pretty sure this is the word the, pronounced, I don't recall what the proper notation is for this, so I'm going to go, I think it's I think it's thorn, like capital thorn. But yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is pronounced as the. You know, there might be like some other notation, like maybe it's like a T all the way through or something. I don't know. That one I'm not gonna bother looking up. So I think this. And so as a result, that makes me think that maybe like this portion here might be that like hard the sound. Yeah, honestly, if you want to look it up and let me know, like I'd appreciate that. Because you know what, my curiosity is getting there, but I'm afraid of wandering down another distraction. So yeah, I think this is a theory I want to keep track of, and so I'm going to write that there. But no, let's grab. I can do this snippet here and paste that in. There we are. So this goes to that. And I think I want to. You know what? Let me grab the other two snippets. Let's try and just focus on this one line for now, or this one block, we'll say. So let's grab that, and the cable for the tablet is hanging, unfortunately, over the control button for my keyboard. And then we'll grab this block here. I don't know how much of that actually comes through on the stream. I'll find out later. Of like my button map presses. Cool. All right, so let's focus on those bits. Let's get back to, let's go to green. So let's see if this is like the phrase ring the bell. Like this is these two words here that are underlined. I have nothing to imply that that's what that says. And as a matter of fact, after talking my way through this, like this thing here about these being maybe vowel consonant pairs, like a ring might fit, like because like this looks like this could be, well, so like consonant vowel sound, not even necessarily letters, but like this isn't even like two vowel sounds. It's consonant sound, vowel sound, consonant-ish sound. So like maybe this might not be ring if this supposition is holding up. So, and even this other one here where I was like guessing at bell, like this looks like it's 1, 2, 3 sets of sounds. So like vowel consonant vowel consonant or something like that. I only have again one consonant, one vowel, one consonant. So like maybe this, like I would think it'd be no more than just 2 hexes. So bell is probably not the word here. But you know, there are some other pages that mention the bell. Let's go see if any of these words like appear there. So let's see. There was a page that explicitly showed the bells, the tuning fork things. Oh? Okay, so they just straight up say bell tower, so that's unfortunate because that's in English now. But what do we got here? Yeah, that actually fits the screen. Do any of these characters line up? Reach up. Oh no, that was close. It looked a bit like that, but it wasn't. There's probably the. So something, 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 the something. That Y shape. It doesn't appear over there. We got that Y shape a couple times here. So, actually, you know what? That kind of implies these two words here after the comma, under the word west, these might end in the same sound. So they sort of maybe they rhyme, for example. Like hell bell or something like that. How now? I think there might be a rhyme going on there. Is this one? Right now I'm just kind of checking if anything in this snippet on the left, like if there are any shared characters with what I've got in paint on the right-hand side. And there's the Y again, but it starts this word instead of ends it. So that, I'm still leaning toward this being a sound. Something, the West Garden, the Dark Tomb. Yeah, I feel really strongly that this double up arrow is the word the. It lines up very sweetly, like too conveniently. So, like, I actually want to like lock that in. So like, I'm gonna say that is definitely the case. That's the. If this is that that, but it's part of a word. It ends a word. So something a word that ends in a. Does that character overlap with anything else? So, no, unfortunately, this, aside from like adding more weight to, I guess, on the, just not really any overlap between this and this. So, this is seeming less like it's actually talking about the bell in this first part about the West Garden. Or, West Garden or West Forest? East Forest. I think it was East Forest. Yeah, East Forest, because there's the entrance there. So, yeah, I don't think bell is this word then. In which case, this probably isn't ring, because what do you like? What's the point of ring if you don't even know? Like, why would I guess that if I don't have a word that like is related to it? So I'm gonna pop those out. I'm pretty sure that's a bad guess, especially if compared. Like, I've got a whole stack of evidence against it at this point. Under the well. Let's see if I can narrow things down a little bit again. Let's see, beneath the earth, eastern vault. Was there a map for the East Forest? If I go all the way back to the contents here, there was no map for the East Forest. That's unfortunate. So I might not be able to get what I want from that. Okay, that might be a path that I might need to put up for a while. Let's see. Is there anything else that I know definitely or feel fairly strongly about that I could probably dig into? Controls might be something that I could dig into. Oh, never mind. I thought it was the same, but it's very slightly different. I thought the header on this page in the upper left was the same character that started the header on the next page. Or, like, oh wait. Oh yeah, on the previous page, I should say, for this one. but there's this little extra arm underneath, like holding up the roof of this first hex. So, oh, and I guess there's also something missing here. So they're similar. Although these are the same. So A something, left trigger something. Huh. I wonder what that is. It looks like it's really hard to tell, like, sometimes if, like, where a hex probably begins and ends, because of that overlapping edges thing. I think, though, that this might be 1, 2... I think this might be 3 characters, or 3 phonemes. Yeah, I think that's the case. So let's try breaking that up and see what that looks like. So if that's the case, then I'm saying that the first one is like that. This, and you know what? Let's get the guidance pull out. But I'm going to separate these so they don't have shared boundaries. Yeah, good enough. Do this. So, okay, no, give me that. There we go. So I think that's the first character, and I'm trying to like break apart this symbol up here in the banner. So, and if what I'm thinking is correct, then the second character is that and that, and the third character might be that. So yeah, I think this is, if my theory is correct, how this word up here next to the left trigger, and you know what, actually I'll pop over here. So I don't, like, I think that's how this breaks down. And if I stick with what I was thinking before, with the sounds, then this might have the sound in it somewhere. And it might have a consonant. I don't know, though, if it's before or after. I'm not sure if there's like an ordering rule. There probably is. This is a constructed language. It should have a consistent grammar. If my theory on this being the word the holds, then maybe the consonant sound is always before the vowel sound. I don't know where consonants and vowels are pulled apart, though. Like, there are enough vowel sounds. I don't think they'll be relegated entirely to the top portion of the hex, because there's 4 different representations, like just for the top portion of the hex. There's nothing at all. There's down one, down the other, or down both. There are more vowels than 4. So I'm pretty sure if this is part of the structure for a vowel sound, it's going to involve more than just the top. I don't know what else is going to be involved, though. Probably not these lines, though, if these are being pulled out for consonants. And you know what? We've seen enough of this. Let's see what a fully... So, like with a digital clock, you can see, like, when it's not lit up, or when the number 8 is there, you can see all of the possible lines, all the possible LEDs that could light up. Let me try and do that with one of these characters to see what that might look like. So I'm just gonna mash together what's here currently on the page. So like maybe, let me get rid of that as well. I'll just do it down here in the corner. So we know that there is a top. Looking at some of the characters we pulled apart here, we know that there's also like an underneath as well as a down the center. The only horizontal line I've seen in this language is the one that passes through the center that defines words. Yeah, I haven't seen any other horizontal lines, so I think there won't be any horizontal lines in the middle. I'll do a quick flip through the text just to scan it, but just to confirm that shortly. But I don't think there were any of those. So is that there are these sides. There are sides below the line as well. And you know what? Let's do a quick little. Let's get our guide line. It feels like it should be a pun, but it's not. I didn't mean for it to be. Let's get our guideline in there. Back to brush. Back to green. The best pun. The ones you didn't intend. Yeah, I think actually this is mirrored. Poorly in my case. So let's do it like this. So there's also this little circle. What do we got? Does that hit all of the patterns? Or at least seem to. Yes. I think this might be our digital clock unit. The accidental one. I think this might be it. Let's do a quick flip through the book though, just to double check. Like, does this circle appear anywhere other than on the bottom? I'll look again, but I think this is connected to the bottom of this one. Looks like there's a space in between here. So I don't think it's on top. Are there any horizontal lines as well? Other than the guideline. I'm just gonna call it the guideline. It's a convenient phrase for it. So, triangle. All right, does this fit the pattern? So, yeah, on this upper left, down the left side, and then parallel to it, and then close the triangle. Yeah, that fits the pattern. I think we might be fine. And if we find something else, we can add it in later. Okay. So, oh yeah, this is a good sampling right here. I almost forgot about this page. Let's see. Let's check some of these circles. It's centered underneath that one. Centered underneath that one. Yeah, a wall of text can be both daunting as well as a huge resource. And honestly, this page, it's still on the daunting side for me, but it is providing some pattern checks for us. Okay, this one's centered over the top, but it's also centered underneath. Is that joined? Maybe not. This is the only one that might be on top. Yeah, not centered on the top. So center bottom, center bottom, center bottom. These are well centered bottom. Yeah, well, yeah. That one's a rough one because it's missing like the outer frame here. This could potentially be a situation where it's on top and bottom. A versatile character. For the most part, though, it seems like they're on the bottom. I have way more data points for them being strictly on the bottom. And the ones that look like they could potentially be on the top, like, the reason I'm uncertain is because for all the ones where it's on the bottom and the line actually, like they actually merge with the edge of the hex. Whereas this one here, where it's above, it doesn't merge. Could be a typeface thing, but, you know, this is a very precise construction. I feel like they wouldn't cheap out on the typeface at that point. It doesn't seem like they want to like mislead me either. So, yeah, I think I'm gonna stick with the idea that until I'm proven otherwise, that the circle is on the bottom and that it is joined. Oops. It's joined to the hex. So that's part of the writing code, is it must be joined, not just free floating. Okay. So I think this is a complete glyph. I think this, I don't know if this is a meaningful sound, but I think this is every combination of piece to the character. Again, very much like, you know, with a digital clock display. Like either the simple one where we get all numbers from that, or even the slightly more complicated ones that like to add in some of the smaller pieces and so on. But yeah, I think this is it. So where can we go with this? Is there a way? I kind of want to see if I can. It might help if we can get a couple more words defined or picked out, so we could maybe make some guesses as to the structure of the letters of the characters. I don't want to call them letters. I need to try and avoid that, because so far it's looking like they're sounds, not letters. So let's go back to the pages where things are more likely to be known. So, so let's consider what we do with the A button. When I use, so like these top buttons, these are the ones you assign to different items. The A button is our like primary action button. When I press it, when I'm moving, I will do a roll. It's also my interaction button. And if I'm holding it down after a roll, it's used for run. Is there any other action? There's roll, run if you hold, and interact. So like read a sign or climb a ladder, that kind of thing. So one of these words is likely to be roll, because I'm pretty sure that's what this is doing, is it's listing out the 3 primary actions. And you know what? let's go to page 13 and see if it gives more hints, because it is just the next page. Yeah, and it looks like, yeah, so the roll, and then roll into run if I hold it. So like that's putting more support into my theory. I wonder what the third word is. Oh, actually, this character here. So vertical line followed by like most of the hex. So the outer hex, except for the right side, and then a right leaning Y. Yeah, it's the same word here. Does this one appear on the other page? So the right leaning Y under a roof, and then this actually is the same character as over here. It could be useful if I can determine what this meaning is. Does this one appear on the next page with the roll action? Yes, down here where they teach you how to run. Okay. So this might mean roll. This might mean run. We might be getting somewhere with that. How about that third character? So it's the top and left faces of a rectangle, and then the guy sitting down. It's this over here, where I'm using it shows I'm reading a signpost. What's this character? Page 24. Do I have 24? I do. Praying? This is where I learn how to pray. Okay. I think we might have some ends on this knot that we can pull on. Let me scribble these down. The ideas are here before I forget them. Let's make 4 guidelines. I want to focus on these 4 words that are in the left-facing headers for each of these blue boxes on this manual page. And I'm going to write them a little differently. I want to do like I did here and break the word up, like I did with the header on this page as well. So top to bottom, let's see. So we have like this, and then up, and then a V shape. And the bottom goes further, so like that. Yeah. So that's the first part of that. And then we got this and this. And actually, you know what? Let me just draw these first, and then I'll add in some other things that just occurred to me. So all the way down, and then up, over. So we're making a C shape, a pointy C. We join the top and the bottom, and we bring that down. And then this is just a vertical line. And judging by the length of it compared to the character to the next, I'm pretty sure this is the center line. And then we'll go to the bottom left. Yeah, okay. I think that's again 2 characters. So I think it's the center one, judging by where this angle comes out. And then I think it's center line again because it drops down just as far. Let me undo that and be a little more consistent in my drawing. And then it comes down and then goes up. And then the last one is center line with the roof, the one support, and then I'm pretty sure this is like that. Okay, so these are the 4 characters' words actually that I want to focus on. I want to add in a little extra guide here to kind of show like why I divided these up like this. So I think that might not be a good color for that. Let's use gold. So I think like that goes like that. It's a horrible way to show that. You hit the undo button a lot. Let's just draw the lines. It'd be a little easier to see. So like these are the missing parts of our digital rune, excluding the hanging ring. You know, like this as well. So like that's, yeah, I think that's how that goes. So that's like that's the guidance for these characters. That's why I put some of these things in the orientation that I did, especially like for this one here, where I'm pretty sure it's just the vertical line going on the side. So let's write out our words that I think these are. So I'm actually not too certain on the first one. That's our interaction button. It seems it's a very context dependent button. And so I want to leave that one alone. Also, I just realized that my head is blocking the bottom character. Let me help with that a bit. That's not helping at all. Click the button. Do this. Let's just move it up a little higher. Yeah, that's not bad. My head's not entirely in the way there. So, I'm gonna leave the first one alone for now because it's too context dependent. I think this one here might be roll. This one might be pray, because that page 24 was the one where we learned how to pray in the game. I'm assuming pray is the term. It looks like prayer. I don't think they ever actually wrote the word out in English though, so I might have to double check that. And this one, I think is going to be run. It could be dash. But, you know, let's start with run and see where we go. Okay. Now, let's pull a bit of this apart. So we have 2 symbols that I feel like I know, and that's and th. So is that top part, which, if you look in run, is there. Let's use purple for this. No, purple's my guideline. Let's just pull out the red. So like right here, there's our which aligns with the first consonant vowel pairing in r. And if that's the case, that implies that this should be the R sound, the R. Do I see that in the other ones? I see it in roll. In which case that would kind of imply that, and if that's the R, then the rest of it is just an O sound for row. But pray, it doesn't fit with pray. Oh wait, or does it? Pray starts with 2 consonants. So would the first hex be consonant with no vowel for the P? And then the rest is Ray, which is a consonant of R, and then the vowel of A. If that's the... that does seem consistent, actually. Because here again is the R. That I think I'm on a track. Let me write down these things, these suppositions, and see how so we don't forget them. It's easier to track them because my memory is it has a very small register. Let's write those down. So I'm thinking that, and I'm thinking that. Oh, let's get the same color. I'm thinking that this is R, and if that supposition holds, I'm also thinking that this might be the letter P. Let me make this a little less P-like. We're going to use the pointy thorn. And I made a guess that this is O, as in like a long O. I guess if I do it like this, I think it's the O sound. And you know what? I can do this. I still don't. I'm gonna just do this as like accent, indicate it's hard. And so going with that, I'm saying that this, and I should probably kind of show the rest of the hex that's not here somehow. You get the idea. Stuff, but we're only focusing on the upper left. I'm thinking this one is like long A. And so if I follow that, this is R, so Ra, and this just becomes N. So okay. So I think I've got this. I think I've got a few characters then. Oh, this one I claim to be Ro. So the rest of this is going to be the roll. Does that mean that's just an L? Just like this is eh? Yeah, I think these are all the pieces pulled out of these 3 words, these bottom 3 ones. Oh, let me put the tablet down for a moment and sit up and get a drink. Because when your brain's overheating, you're also going through freaking water fast. Yum, yum, yum. that that feels like some good progress. What can we do with those pieces? Um, I could, yeah, like they seem to be going well, and this is something like in crypto puzzles, which is kind of what I'm treating this as. This is something that happens a lot, where like you make some progress down one path, and you just kind of hope that the path continues. And you know, at some point, maybe you hit a dead end and you realize you have you've found a contradiction, or you realize one of your assumptions wasn't well founded, and so you just have to step backward until you get to it. So, but yeah, this feels promising. Uh, is there a pattern here emerging yet? Hmm. I need more data points, but at the moment, the vowel sounds are only using the edges of the hex, the outside edges, and the consonant sounds seem to be using the interior edges of the hex. The puzzle game is so good. You can play without having the game. Yeah, that's a really good puzzle. Like when you can spend a bunch of time deciphering it. And you know, this is like one of the things that you know was fun with the old manuals. Like they definitely. I don't know if I saw too many manuals that went as hardcore as this one is. Like this is awesome. I love this manual. I wish there were more of these in the older games. But there were still usually things that like you could sit there and just kind of like investigate the manual, piece together bits of story, and or even pick up on the little clues that would be put into descriptions of characters and such, um, and be like, oh, that seems meaningful. And you go into a little cross referencing, or maybe it's something that doesn't make sense until you've played the game a little bit, and then you get to see it, and you're like, oh, that's what they were talking about. Or you realize some straight up horror stuff that you weren't expecting, like the Super Mario Brothers 1 manual for the NES. Yeah, I can't see Nintendo making a ConLang, but yeah, the manual direction was a big fish. Yeah, like it definitely shows that he loved the manual. She loved it. I didn't look up the creator. That's honestly bad of me. But definitely the whole manual design is something that's definitely inspired the creator, right down to this little detail where like you see the shadows of the crease running down between the pages, or when we go to the map, I think it's over here. Yeah, like oh, I thought I included it. Oh yeah, there it is. Like on the side here, you can see like the staples here because this was the center of the book, the staples in the deep trough crease. And then like some extra wear and tear on the edges, showing that this was a well referenced page of the book. They went to look at it a lot, like both of these apparently, because you don't see that same level of wear and tear once you move away from it. Like, like yeah, like it seems to be it's just these edges for the centermost pages with a map that got the most abuse. So like that like these little touches here that show like they didn't just print it, but they actually like did the aging, the little shadow and like micro rips and dog earing and grunging. Um, Andrew Schultes is the creator. Search mostly reveals interviews about Tunic, so not okay. Cool. All right. So Andrew Schultes or Schuldice. Well, I look that up later, but Schultes is the first thing that comes to mind for me. So yeah, Andrew definitely was in this. Oh, you can see where I was standing when I took the screenshots for the manual when I popped in the game. So as you can see, I'm still at the checkpoints that I logged off at. So I didn't go wandering off anywhere, except for the very last screenshot where I went over to the weather vane to grab a shot of that before running back up here. So when I rejoined the game on Wednesday, I'm right back where we left off. I even avoided monsters. um, which was tough. It's like, oh, there's so much easy money just here. All right. But yeah, I think, yeah, like as I mentioned, I want more data points, but I'm beginning to think that in our hex, let's grab this, that these portions here, I think these might be the vowel sounds. So let's do that. And I think these are the consonant sounds. And I don't know what the ring is yet, so let me just color that a different color. Maybe not the same as the guideline. We'll use the blue on it. So until I learn what the ring is, we'll just put a question mark for that. So yeah, like I said, I need more data points to support this, but this pattern, it seems to be here so far. And it seems to be that there's an order as well. Again, this is at the moment a supposition. Let's grab brown for this because it's kind of the mix of these two colors. I think it's of the order consonant vowel for a single hex. So, and so like here we have a word that is just a consonant and another consonant and vowel. And here is consonant, vowel, consonant. I wonder if we can get any words that have two vowel sounds next to each other. Like, and I say there's two vowel sounds, not just two vowels, because you can mix two vowels together. Like in the case of pray there, the A and the Y, that's two vowels that merged into a single vowel sound. So that is, I need two distinct vowels. Like the word naive, for example, the A and the I together, they're pronounced, like normally in English that would just be pronounced A, or although again is a bad example because American schwa, but like in British it'd be pronounced again, or poetically again. So yeah, but in naive, it like the vowels are pronounced separately even though they're next to each other. So I wonder if you can find a word like that because I want to see what happens in that situation. I also want to see if we can find a word that contains consonants but starts with a vowel. We don't have an example of that yet. Like, will that end up being a weird, like, shell of a letter to have a vowel, and then a more complete looking letter when we get back to the consonant vowel pattern? Or will they change the rules on us? So I need to find some words that start with vowels and have consonants in them. Okay. Like one off the top of my head that comes to mind is the word of, O-F. That starts with a vowel sound, but doesn't. But it's going to have some consonants in it. That might be a good example. That might be easy to find, and it should be common. It should be a common symbol in here, like A and the. We'll look for it. Okay, so can I use any of these sounds in what we've got up here? Yeah, like this first word here. It has our R sound in it. So I think there's an R at the beginning of this. We do have a vowel that we've not encountered yet, so I don't know what it is. followed by another consonant vowel that we've not yet encountered. But there's an R sound in here. So maybe I wasn't wrong with ring. But something the something with an R in it. And how about this other word here? So we have outside and then just a V shape. We don't have either of those characters. Don't have that, and we don't have that. So we don't have any of these characters yet. Okay, okay. Oh. This one has our L in it, and a vowel. It's not one of the vowels we've discovered, but so this might be like a sword L-A. Do we have that like back and forth stick? Just a blue. So do we need like I need this character. But yeah, this word here seems to be L, like vowel, consonant, and no further vowels. A sword's like lean. It's not lay because that would just be a single vowel sound. Interesting. Okay, we'll come back to that. Yeah. Yeah, my work area is getting a bit crowded. I might need to offload some things. And I do have Word open just in case. I need to make something kind of permanent reference. And so like those character guesses here, these might move over to Word. I honestly don't know is an appropriate way to do that. I'm using Paint because it's easier to draw all these symbols out. So a sword, L, probably a single syllable. Something. This is another vowel consonant mix. And then we'll just point at it for sword. And something and the. And what is this? Do we have this character? It's not P, it's got an extra arm in it. But it doesn't seem to have a vowel. So, say consonants with no vowel. And then this is R with A or no, not this is A, because this is the same character that's here at the end of pray, like this right here. So this is some consonant. Well, I don't know if it's actually spelled this way, but Ray. And then this character here has consonant. It has no vowels. It's like this one, but the top arm is flipped. I don't have that one scribbled down yet, do I? Nope. Okay. A sword, is that grave? Because it is the hero's grave, wasn't it? How far back was it? Hero's grave. I'm gonna take a guess that this word here is supposed to be grave, this last one here, which would mean that this first character here this, yeah, is g. Yeah. Oh, where did I pull this character from again? Oh, from here. This word, that's right. So I think this character here is the g sound for grave. There's so gray, and so this has to be a v sound. If my theory is solid enough. So like that. V. Okay. We've got a thing there. In which case, this becomes grave. To convert it back into an English word. Because again, I'm treating these all as sounds, not direct character for character translation, like transliterations between English and this and Tunic. So okay. So a sword, something, something, the grave. Did we uncover? No. So those sounds don't appear in those two words I don't have completed yet. What did a sword do at that grave? It was just leaning against it. So, like, a sword leans on the grave? And even so, like, I don't think it's leans. There's too many consonant sounds in that for that word. With the n and the z next to each other. A sword lean on the grave? Possibly? No, we already have n. We already have the n sound, so and that's not in here. So it's not lean. It's not lay. And it ends with a consonant because there's no vowel wrapper around this, if that's what that is. Log. Nope, it's not G. Lim. La. So it's not the sound or the a sound. It could be the ah sound though. We haven't got that. We only have a, and o for our vowels so far, and there are so many, so many vowels in the English language. We only write out like we have 5 formal vowels and one that we say is sometimes a vowel in the case of y, because it also does double duty as a consonant in the case of y. But honestly, y is just 2 vowel sounds glued together into a single sound. That's just I-A, y. So that's honestly just full vowel in my opinion. We also have another one that's a vowel sometimes, but we don't consider it a vowel phonetically. Yeah. Like there are some ways when you pronounce an R that is more vowel-like, but honestly, maybe it's not. Maybe it's just the way we get lazy with how we pronounce things. Because like there's the idea of a dark R, which is kind of like an R you say closer to the back of your throat. I think it's what it is. So maybe that's what it is. And I'm worried that's stretching. Maybe I should re-angle this chair. I'm worried that some of those more obscure vowel sounds might be in the list. But even just looking at like the English letter A, we pronounce that as basic phonics. We learn 2 immediate sounds for A: short A and long A. Short A being a as in cat, long A being a as in pray. But those aren't the only 2 ways we pronounce A. Like we've got other ones, depending on like the other letters around it. And so like we've got here on the screen an example with Like that's one. And let's see. Crass, cat, pack, aw. We do have an aw sometimes for an A. So yeah. We also have more nasally version like car, even though it's technically a short A. It's not, it's slightly different. Different types of phonemes: consonants, digraphs, short vowel, long vowel, R controlled vowels, and schwa. Yeah, schwa is an ever-present sound. That's schwa is this one here. It's the and you'll like if you're in like language stuff, you'll often see it written as like an upside down lowercase e. Although, actually, I think I did that backward. I think they just do a mirroring and not a rotating. So like you'll often see schwa just written as an upside down lowercase e, in like IPA, which is not a beer in this case. The R controlled vowels. Is that like in the case of what is an R controlled vowel? Is that like the times where you like hear like some like a British speaking person like toss an R at the end of a word, so like idea becomes idea? Or is that something else? Yeah. And then digraphs, those are multiple vowels. Although I've like R or ear. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay, so it's just R terminated vowel sounds. Yeah. And I probably don't pronounce those in the same way that most people do either. That's just why they probably don't come to mind readily for me. Because I pronounce every letter in a word, so those become R instead of R. Like I know, I'm sure the R's are supposed to be shorter or like less impactful in the way they're supposed to be said. Okay. Okay. So yeah. What do we got down here? Did any of our sounds show up down here? Like, okay, so here's the L again. This was the guard captain. We do something that ends in L. I need to pull out more vowels. I need to find more vowel sounds because those are going to be critical in honestly any English word. Oh, what's this? Okay, here's our O around this. What's this then? So, okay, yeah, I've got that highlighted. So we have this, this, this as a consonant. So something O, like this could be go. So like, well, this is not like let's go because there's the L in there. Oh, but it doesn't start with L. But like something like that, because it is an exclamation as well. So like it could be, it could be go. It could no, it's not go because we already have G defined. It could be to, to go to something. Let's see, ho, heave ho. Actually, you know what? Let's just go through the consonant sounds. ReadingRockets.org cites default. Migrated the 44 phonemes of English. Yes. Yeah, I'll use that. That's not spoiler. That's simply a resource of the language that I speak on a regular basis. I see. Oh my god. Yeah, yeah, this reminds me a little bit of phonics. Okay, okay, so the are controlled. Tricky grapheme. Oh, graphemes. Write down sounds. Oops. I accidentally splashed some water onto the pad. How could I? At least it was only water. There we go. Mopped up. Let me toss that over. Yeah, that'll be a good place to put that. And fit to page. There we go. Thank you. That'll be useful for making sure, like, I'm not overthinking some of the sounds. Oh god, yeah, those. We have letters that have no, in my personal opinion, no good reason for existing in the English language. Like C. We use it as a K, like a K or a S sound. Sometimes we mix it with an H to make ch. But like this, like we could do that with something else probably. Like TSH, for example, would probably make roughly the same sound, ch. Like, so what do we need the C for? Same with Q. Like that's usually either a K or a Qu. So K or KW. Why do we need that? So, I'm sure they exist for historical reasons. But let's see here. Oh right, I was going to make my way through it. So, it could be do. So let me write down possibilities. This is all making me want to get back in the Lojban. Good. It's good to inspire someone to follow a creativity, something that interests them. So yeah. So like it could be D. So it could be do. Oh wait, sorry. The vowel sound is O. So I don't. It's not likely to be bow. Do. I don't think it's do. I don't know how. I don't know any exclamations that end in do, and have another word in front of them. It's like Homer Simpson doesn't usually put another word in front of do. Exactly. See, do could be foe. And we're talking about a guard captain. It's like a strong foe. Let's put that down. Let's do F. Also, sometimes maybe if I sometimes written as fee. So it could be foe. Does not go. Probably not ho. Probably. Let's put it down as a possibility. Doubtful to be Joe. It's not low. Probably not mo. It's not no. Could be so. That's a good time to check a frequency table to see if so is possible in there, because this, whatever character represents the s, that sibilance, that happens a lot in the English language, so like that should appear a lot in all of this writing. So usually toward the beginnings and ends of words. So probably not toe. And while TO would be two, this wrapper around it we've already determined to be O, long O. So it's probably not toe. Vo, woe could be woe. Woe. Although not like, it's not usually at the end of an exclamation. Oh, whoa. Ooh, woo. No, wait. I don't know what that was. So, yo. Could be yo. Zo, probably not Zo. All right, so we don't have. Okay, so we only have a handful of things that it could be, and this entire time I am focusing on this letter here. I'm sorry if I wasn't clear about that earlier. So like, that's the one I'm looking at. So I guess first off, like, do we see that? Do we see this symbol here appear frequently in other words? If so, that would lend some possibility for it being an S sound. Oh wait, there are other consonant sounds. I should probably take a look at those as well. That's what we have Ryu's handy reference for. I have a hard time seeing Bardic's emotes. They're very detailed, but they shrink down pretty small, so I can't see much of the detail. What do we got here? Do we have probably not nyo, as in ring nyo, gnocchi. Jo, cho, show. Could be show, I suppose. So I guess let me put that in here. It's a possibility. Could be though. Wait, no, we already have the, and it's not this character. And though isn't a word. Voiced th is what they call it, huh? All right, yeah, that makes sense. I think I've heard that before. Okay, I think these are probable sounds. Emotes enlarged a bit. Oh. Is there a way to enlarge emotes with native functionality, or you need an add-on for that? I know there's a way to do it with native functionality, but it requires bits, and that's not something available to me. Okay, you're using it add-on. What's that add-on, by the way? I'd be curious to check it out. Is that Franker Z? Yeah, oh, Franker Face. Franker Face the Z. I wonder if Better TTV has that in there. There's a lot of cross-compatibility with Franker Face in that one. I'll have to check the settings later. So, oh right, let's see if this symbol here appears a lot in some of the text. So it's like that. So it'd be no. So the only thing above the guideline would be the one arm to the right, and then it's just a point below the guideline, regardless of whatever is happening in the outer ring, of assuming those are still vowels. So let's take a look here. Franker Face supports all the other ones, emotes. It's a catch all, and it has. I must have missed that. I swear when I tried Franker Face, it seemed to have less functionality, less cross functionality. Maybe I missed something. I'll go give it another shake. I get the impression maybe I was unfair to it. I'd rather use whichever feature is more widely available until I have my own emotes. And even then, like, it's a convenient way to expand your emote set for your channel without, like, beyond the limitations of Twitch. I need to check with Ojika. I'm supposed to do dinner with him. Yeah. And actually, that's part of the reason I went with starting the stream at 1 today. Because I figured that would give me a chance to put a few hours in and maybe have a little buffer between this and dinner. It's on the Franker Face emotes and the Franker Face. Maybe that's what I did. Maybe I looked at the wrong thing. Okay. Thanks for pointing that out. I would love to take a look at that. So yeah, if I end the stream before Ojika pops up and says dinner, then I'll harass you for a little bit about Frankie the pup and his faces of emotes. Ojika, hi. Welcome on in. What was the word? Yokoso. You felt your ears burning, did you? Or you sneezed. The summons. I wish I had that kind of summon. Wait, you know what? I was about to say I wish I had that summoning power at work, but I don't think I want that now that I think about it. I would end up summoning a lot of doom for myself. Oh yes. So I was gonna see, do we have any S's in here? Oh, actually, that word right here. This looks like this is here. That was in okay. This is here in the hero's grave line as well. And we've gotten as far as determining this is L vowel consonant sound we've yet to figure out. So, as a matter of fact, a look is a possibility. It could be look. A sword look. No, maybe not. That doesn't make much sense. Yeah, but that's the pattern it could fit. But I'm supposed to be focusing on this one here. This jaunty tea. Jaunty, if one might wish. Yeah. Oh, here it is. It's in this one with a completely different vowel. And what I'm curious to see is if this happens frequently. Because if it happens often enough, that it might add enough weight for me to tentatively say it's an S sound. It's a sibilance. So it needs to have the stem below, the long stem below, as well as off to the side. Okay, this is not it. This is the opposite of this one. We don't know that sound yet. Nope, it's got one too many arms. Going by just this page so far, it's not happening frequently enough to feel like it's the English S sound. So it might not be. That goes, okay. Yeah. So it might be one of these other ones. So instead of so, it might be faux. I'm pretty sure it's not ho. You know, it could be what ho. How many characters are here? This looks like it's 3. 3 or not characters, 3 sounds. So vowel and consonant. So we have consonant vowel, another vowel and consonant, and another vowel and consonant. Still haven't figured out what this circle at the bottom means. Is it could be related to the vowels because it touches the outer ring, which we've currently indicated might be the vowel ring. What function could that possibly? You know, maybe that reverses the order of the vowel and the consonant. I mentioned earlier that I wanted to find an example of a word that starts with a vowel and is followed by a consonant sound. So vowel sound, consonant sound. That would be a good way to test that. If that's because a word like that would have that ring hanging off the bottom if my theory is correct about it reversing the order of the letters. Otherwise, that kind of, I guess that word would just be two characters where like the very first character is just the outer shell, the vowel shell, and is empty in the center. That feels like it could potentially be an unstable looking character. But okay, yeah, let's see if we can find one of those. Like an actual, like one of those words that that starts with a vowel followed by a consonant sound that I know is that. Hopefully that can give me some help. So yeah, I don't think it's an S. So it's a word with 3-ish distinct syllables then that's happening here that likely starts with a consonant. So it's probably not just what, because that would be 2 characters. That would be consonant sound, vowel sound, consonant sound. And if it is what, then I would expect it to only have this sound on the first character and nothing else on the outer ring for the w. And we don't have t yet, so I don't. Yeah, and then the other the second character would have like nothing on the outer ring because it's just a t. There's no vowel sound to it. So yeah, this isn't what. I don't know. There's not a clue to go on. All right, let's pick a different direction then. I don't want to spend too much time wandering in circles on that one, but yeah, we got something there. Oh, can we use any of this on our other words yet? Like, I don't have too many vowels determined. That's why I ended up fixating on that one. Can we get a different short word that probably has a vowel in it? Like this looks like it's a single syllable. This is a word that ends in L. It's short, consonant vowel, ol, because it's a lot like roll over here. It's clearly not roll, but it does end in ol. We just don't know what this vowel is, or this consonant sound. Progress has been made. Yeah, welcome back in, Freds. Yeah, I've made some progress. Oh, this word here, just before the question mark. There's like it ends like okay, it's two character blocks. The second one is just like it has no vowel. It's just n. It's just the n sound. So this is a word that ends in n. And for the first character, it has one of our known vowels. It's a. So it's a consonant un. Do we have that consonant defined yet? We do not. So we're looking at just an above. Wow. This is why you have a drawing pad, you dingus. So what is this consonant? So, you know what? Let me pull this out. So we have, and then below the line. Oh, yeah, I went a little too far with that. So this is something, and then I'm gonna use this to make sure we keep in mind what that sound is. And this is a consonant of some variety. So it's It's one we don't have, so it's not run or pun or none or gun. It's not gun. Or vun. Hmm. It's probably not sun, because that would again be a common one, although there's the same sound there. So if this is sun, then this is and then another consonant, which we've not identified yet. How often is that? Like, just the bottom half of that diamond. How often does that actually appear? No, it's mixed with something else. Mixed. This Y happens a lot with no vowel ring around it. This might be a very common consonant sound. Maybe this is our S that we're looking for. That might be what that is. Huh. Let me scribble that off to the side as a possibility. So if I'm thinking this, maybe not as dramatic with that stem. Should be good. I'm thinking maybe that's the S, because that appears frequently. Like it's here at the end of the word. Like happens frequently in English words. We put the S at the end for plurals, or for well, plural nouns or singular verbs. We're weird like that. Let's see. There it is again at the end of a word. At the end of a word, at the beginning of a word. Interesting. There's here it is with a vowel, but it's still that consonant. Okay, that one might be the S. Or an equally, or maybe not equally, but another very common character. But like this one and just seems to be very frequent. Like there it is again. If that's an S, brain happening. Man, why do thoughts hurt? Is this what they call a brainstorm? Welcome back, Oberon. I think we're making some progress. There are a fair amount of assumptions in what I'm doing, but I think my assumptions are educated guesses. I feel like I've got the start of the rules of this language. I also need to sit up. My coccyx hates me. My tail is too fluffy to be sitting on it this long. So, yeah, I think I'm getting a sense of the rules of this language a bit. Nothing where I can read it readily yet, but like I've got some strong theories. And honestly, I think that if I get a handful more vowels, that might start cracking the rest of this open. Like I feel like that's the piece of the knot that in this tangle, that if I can undo that one, then the rest of it should start unraveling. So I think that might be the path. Yeah, I'm feeling good with that. Yeah, and I was just having an interesting thought that where is that character? This character here that looks like an upside down stickman. Why does that feel like I've seen that a fair amount? Not just because like the circle always happens at the bottom, but let's see if that's the case. Let's see how frequently that does happen. Because it is going to be an English word that is one of the simpler ones, a single vowel sound, single consonant sound words. And the circle, I've got the theory currently that it flips the order of consonants and vowels. Because so far the pattern seems to be one of these hexes is consonant sound followed by vowel sound. So you interpret the interior of the character, and then you paste on whatever the interpretation of the outer ring of the character is. But there's got to be some situation where you have like a word like in or is, and you don't want to make a word that is otherwise like a single syllable into two characters because of being too strict with this consonant vowel structure or ordering. Welcome back, Rail. How's the gardening go? Did you get any progress before the sweltering sun said, "I want all your water and I want it now"? Speaking of which, hydration. So, do we have any hanging men here? Yeah, there it is again, but it's not by itself, but it is in a word. Literally just got the last plant in before the... Oh! Man, I'm jealous that you're getting some rain. Although, your rain is also going to be... down there, it's going to be... all it's doing is refeeding the humidity, so... but at least it's nice to listen to. Nice. I don't have much experience with Florida. I've only been there twice. Yeah, twice. And yes, the steam is rising. Yeah, okay. So the rain opened up. It was very short, and the sun's already out, and just drying it up as quick as it can. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I've only been in Florida twice. The first time was high school senior trip. We spent a long weekend in Orlando area, so we're checking out some of the Disney parks, as well as we went to Cocoa Beach on the Atlantic coast, which I didn't know at the time, but apparently I had family that lives at the time. They're not there anymore. They've moved inland. But I had some family that actually lived just outside Cocoa Beach. I had no idea. Florida is miserable most of the year. The worst of what we get up here is the best. Jeez. Yeah, for my couple of experiences in Florida, that sounds about right. Because the senior trip thing that happened in late May, because very end of the school year kind of thing, and every day was sunny and muggy, except for like roughly lunchtime. It did seem almost like clockwork. Like sometime around noonish or one-ish, at the height of the day, suddenly the heavens would open up and it'd just be a torrential downpour. But it wouldn't last long. It'd be just like a handful of minutes. And then the sun would be right back out, and I hated every moment of that. Yeah, Cocoa Beach was very nice. I actually I didn't mind being on the beach and walking along the boardwalk there. I I did mind getting in trouble with the chaperones. They're like, "Where the fuck did you wander off to?" Um, the the couple of chaperones, they didn't mind their language around the students. We were a country school. You're gonna learn the word. So yeah, I may have gotten in trouble for wandering off down the beach without, I guess, letting someone know. I'm sure I let them know, but I speak too quietly. I mumble a lot, which is something I'm practicing on with the stream here, actually. And it's entirely possible, like, they did not hear me. So yeah, actually, Ranjan was one of the places I wandered off to. Uh, I saw the name and I was like, "Oh, I've seen those stickers all over people's cars. What is this?" Oh, it's just a bougie beach clothing shop. This is a tourism trap, is all this is. So whatever. Yeah. So that was the first time I was there. The second time was actually I went to Florida with my boyfriend at the time, and because he was there for a professional conference. I forget what was he doing. I wasn't able to attend any of the stuff because I didn't have a pass for it. So he would attend the stuff, and I was actually working from the hotel during the day. And then once he was done, we would go and like wander around, do our own thing. And that was Tampa. We were in Tampa for that. So, and we were right on the bay too, which is very nice. I do have some pictures of that. Maybe I'll put some of those into the just chatting rotation. Oh yay! I was in your area for whenever. I don't know if you were there at the time. That would have been. I was living in Virginia at the time. So that would have been sometime between 2011 and 2014 or 15. So yeah, the early 20 teens. Oh, okay. So you had already beat a hasty retreat. You knew I was coming, and you were just like, "Oh, fuck this, get out of here." Also, Florida. Who can't deal with Florida. All right. Although, you know what, I wouldn't mind going back to Cocoa Beach sometimes. It's still a popular destination, but it wasn't as crazy as I expected it to be, considering it was the start of the tourism season. Actually extended. I wish I was in Tampa today's the last day to ride Scorpion. They actually extended it a week. They had such like the backlash for an amusement park. You know what? Yeah, there is some backlash. Like, there's no reason for an amusement park in Florida or even anywhere in the South, like in the Gulf area, to be closed already, unless they really expect that attendance has gone down that much because of school. Like, on the weekends, it would still be like prime time to go to an amusement park. We know these kids aren't doing their homework. Hell, we didn't like doing our homework, and like we didn't have a choice. Long been a favorite at Busch Gardens. I've never been to Busch Gardens. Fred's, on the other hand, he's been to probably a great majority of the amusement parks in the United States, the contiguous ones, as well as a bunch in Canada, and now he's got some of Central Europe under his belt. So if you want, he'll talk your ear off about amusement parks. And Ojika's got some amusement park knowledge as well. So there's quite a lot of it in this chat now that I think about it. I, on the other hand, have just been along for the ride. First looping roller coaster long ago. They say they have something better planned for. Oh, is that the backlash? They're tearing down the Scorpion. Oh, when you said the last day to ride, you didn't mean for the season. You meant potentially forever. Huh. So it looks like next weekend is your last chance to ride the Scorpion. You're gonna make an impromptu trip down to Florida after the first week of classes with students? That sounds like a nightmare, honestly. Or at least a nightmare for travel. I'll be getting there in the next week, regrettably. Yeah. Well, sorry you won't be able to ride that one again. History tour ticket Groupon. Okay, so you're doing. Is it already that weekend? Oh, okay. Yeah, Fretz is a historian for one of the local amusement parks. So he and one of the things he does is he gives people tours of the park. Like it doesn't happen frequently, but you do have a few regularly kind of planned events for that. Yeah, I'd expect in a place that's like year round, never winter, that they would keep some they keep some of the outdoor things open like year round, if anything. Assumption. It's a bad assumption, but even Richmond and Virginia, they had like some of their malls were outdoor malls. Like I'm until I lived in Richmond, I was used to malls being 100% indoor. And so like that was kind of cool having an outdoor mall. It was kind of nice, which also meant you could have dogs walking around the mall. That was awesome. They're like little dog walking, watering and feeding stations for them as well as a the Stony Point Fashion Mall at the time had a dog bakery, which was just cute. You can walk your dog right in and get some treats. It was heckin' bougie. It was posh. But it was a fashion outlet, I guess, or fashion mall. It's about catch up Florida. It's really cool. Oh yeah, the short pump area. Okay, you're familiar with the Richmond area as well. Next one is for college class studying recreation in early America. Oh, that's really cool that you're able to help out with the college classes. Oh, I think I remember you doing that last year for that class or something very similar to it. That does sound familiar. Talk about amusement park resorts. Can't remember the name of the other one. Stony Point. Yeah. Worked at the Yankee. Oh, your poor aunt. She probably had to spend half the day huffing coffee beans to like keep her nose from going dead. Oh right. Completely wandered off. Let me see. Are there any more of these hanging men? Oh yeah, there's one right there. I think I know what this word is. Before I just throw that out there though, let me double check how the frequency on it. But I have a feeling tonight might be the nope, we're not doing that. Yeah, there it is again at the end of a word. Interesting. It only happened once in that entire text. How about here? Yeah, there's the hanging man there toward the beginning of the second line of the main text. It's only time on that page. Oh, interesting. There's that again. Oh. Oh. Oh, this might lend some support to the theory that I'm cooking on. Because here's the hanging man, but instead of what I'm guessing to be the S in the center, it has the N character. So this is following the same pattern, and right now I'm thinking the pattern is vowel S or vowel N. And this vowel is this character. going by the theory that the circle on the bottom reverses the vowel consonant pattern. So this might be I for in and is. And I'm going to put the H there because it is just the sound. It's likely not on, because os isn't really a word for those times where the hanging man is hanging alone. Do you really? That's fine. Like this is half a just chatting stream, and the other half is Tunic puzzling. So, like I'm fine with that. I don't mind it derailing, and honestly, that kind of makes sense. Although I wouldn't want the roller coaster derailing. Yeah. Wear her out. I'm gonna guess it wore her out, like not just her olfactory senses, because it's an overpowering shop to work in. There must be some secret that people who work in candle shops and perfume cologne shops, like something that in incense shops, but they must have something that allows their nose to recover, or in other jobs have particularly aromatic existences. But I'm sure she was also exhausted from just because it's a fucking retail job. Like, those are rough. Have fun out in the pressure washing. It's a nice day for it out there. As much as I hate the day star and the burning lasers that it rains down upon us, like I've got the windows open because it's actually cool today with a nice breeze, which is great. I don't have to worry about doing like a freeze out of the apartment, running the AC all day so that I can survive with the AC off for a few hours, because my place starts cooking after a few hours with no air conditioning. That was blindness, yeah. I wonder, with one of the highly unfortunate side effects that often lingered with people who got COVID was losing their ability to smell things. What the hell must that would have been like for someone that works in an aromatic job? Or sometimes, and when they get it back, it's sometimes scrambled, so things don't smell the same way they did before, and sometimes not for the best. Up here, at this time of year, a cool day is below 70 Fahrenheit. So below room temperature. It's the very beginning of September, so we're basically getting our last dregs of summer out. So in a couple of weeks, we should be starting autumn and the more colorful seasons. And toward the end of September, maybe early October, during normal climate, we'll get slapped with like one more week or up to 2 weeks of like summer's vengeance. It just pops back in briefly, and then we go full bore into autumn and quickly into winter. So yeah, I'm hoping we get some good snow this year. It's been lacking for a while. It just kind of all dumps on a couple of days, and then it's been green. Too much mele kalikimaka, not enough, actual, like, white Decembers. Distraction. Oh, yes. So I was thinking, I'm going to throw this down as a guess. I think that we do have that, where did I put that? Yeah. So I think that this being on the bottom is a short I, roughly pronounced as I. I know that's not like professional or anything, but it's close enough for this. This is only a step away from government work, and that's a lot of guessing, a lot of close enough, and not much value outside. So let me get rid of some of this, because I I want to convert this into something a little more, what's the word I want to say? A little more stable. So we'll call it reverse. And then we'll just put a hint, maybe with a bigger bracket than that. Someday. I'm not an artist, so I don't use a tablet often enough to have kind of gained that phantom limb sense. There we go. So I feel very good about this estimation for what the hanging ring does. And if that is true, that is a functional object, then I should not expect to see the ring anywhere else on the character. And so far, we've seen it only on the bottom of the hex character when it does appear. The rupee. Honestly, it looks like rupee. It's rupee language. All right, so this is I. And so that makes these... Oh... Is isn't a word. So is that... Because we don't say, today is Monday. It's today is... It's a Z sound. So that means this might actually be Z. Huh. The S pronounced as a Z. I feel funky about that one. What do we this thing here? Like, this happens so frequently that it has to be a regular, like a common consonant sound in the English language. We do have the Z pronunciation a lot, but we don't spell it with a Z to a Z very frequently. Is being one of them. These are. Now I'm second guessing my vowel decision is I. What have we done here? I've confused myself. So yeah, here's the hanging consonant. This word starts with, or this one has A. Oh wait, so this is G-A, so gay. Is this T? What's on page 41? What's on page 41? Flip. It's a T. Oh my god. I before E, except that, man, we have so many exceptions that neighbor and way and hey, no. And nay? Nay? Yeah, nay. I think it's A. Although I think we have some of those A words where it flips back around anyway. Yeah, so I think this character is T. And that fits better over here, because that would mean that this is now it, which is a common heckin' word in the English language. Yeah, so that means that whenever we encounter what I enjoy calling the hanging man, this is actually the word it. Yeah, I think that's where it is. There are more exceptions than words that... Yeah, English is honestly a language of exceptions. It's honestly a miracle that we learn it well enough to communicate. Okay, I feel very good about that. Which means, you know what? Give me this back. That means that, where is N? N was like that. So when we see this becomes in. Yeah, we're getting somewhere. Yeah, first language or bust. There are some... many languages have their have some quirk that makes them a trial to learn for non-native speakers. I hear Icelandic is considered one of the most difficult languages to learn. Can't remember though if it's because of pronunciation or not. Mm-hmm. Yeah, English is a lot of quirks. It doesn't help that English is what's a good word for it? English sleeps around a lot. It borrows so much from so many other languages. And I think I recall reading that English borrows more from other languages than any other language borrows from others. That might just be the nature of the whole British Empire thing. England spanned the globe, and therefore they had a whole bunch of cultures under their their boot. But cultural assimilation goes both ways. Unfortunately, one direction tends to be a little less pleasant than the other, to understate it. I don't know if I've heard any of Gallagher's stuff. I mostly just remember him for smashing watermelons with a giant hammer. Oh god. I should finish My Hero Academia. I started watching it when it only had a couple of seasons out and never picked up with it later on. So this makes a lot more sense now. Let me double check. Oh wait, this is no, there's a different vowel. I don't know this vowel. Okay, I don't know that one. But it did refer to the gate, so I still feel very confident it's a T. And it happened frequently enough that I'm gonna stick to that. Oh, wait. Do we have enough for that? Reversed, so it starts with it, so it's something. Up. This is the word up? Right, I guess that makes sense actually, because when we did the whole praying thing here, the statue in the center rose up, and then we had to quickly dash inside, so before it came back down, and sent us to the underworld, or into the dungeon. So does that? I guess that means that word is up. Interesting. He did a whole thing on the English language and how many words are spelled the same way, not pronounced the same. That sounds like a George Carlin sketch too. I feel like he did something like that. He'd love to do rants, so honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they both did that material. Hmm. Okay. Um. Yeah. Yeah. So this character, and honestly, I just need to transcribe some of this elsewhere. It's interesting that the question mark looking thing is up. Oh, do I have enough yet to decipher this bugger? Um, the long Y, so there's a T, where it starts with a T sound. Then we have a vowel, which we don't know. And then a consonant. There's no vowel wrapping on this. I haven't denoted that consonant yet, so T something consonant. This was the fourth action, or the fourth action for the A button on that A specific controls page, this one. And it's this one here in the upper left, where we are interacting with things. And that button starts here, so to something. One starts with a W sound, but there's no W. Two has a W, you don't even need. Yeah. Thanks for popping in, Rail. Enjoy your lurk. Although I probably shouldn't go much longer. At some point, Ojiga's be like, all right, it's dinner time. So I should start moving toward wrapping up. Ooh. What is that sound? I don't want to go look. Windows open, who knows? So here's the T again with a different vowel. It's not our O. So T. I wonder if this is two. Two. That's true. I don't have to save a game, but I need to transfer all of my scribblings, at least the valuable ones, over to someplace else, because I don't want to. This is good work today. I don't want to lose this. Give me this. And as you can see, at this point, I'm scribbling in the margins. So, I'm saying that if I do this, yeah, I'm saying that this character, the second word, it starts with a T, and I think it's two, which, if that's the case, then this, I don't need this thing over here. Let's just get rid of that. Oop. So if that's the case, then I'm saying that this is like ooh, I can never remember which is considered the long or the short. So, but you know what? I'll just do like ooh. It's fine. It's good enough. I think this is. I'm saying that is that vowel. Ooh. Saving. I'm trying to selfishly keep you here because I'm in. Hey, as long as at least one of you is enjoying this. I know I'm having a good time. I like this kind of stuff. And like this is a fun puzzle. So about this action that starts with T, And as a short word, it's just to vowel consonant. So something to, and then we have back and forth stick, but it's not, it's in the opposite direction of this character. Not that we've even figured out what this one is yet. And then there's an N in the middle. Oh, this word starts. Oh, wait, no. Oh, I nearly misspoke. Okay. So we have a consonant and vowel that neither of which we know. There's an N in the middle. And then there's this other letter, this consonant that we haven't figured out yet either. But that's interesting. It ends. This word ends in two consonant sounds. So, like, an example would be like think. So that, like, you pronounce the n and the k. So that's two consonant sounds there, but there are no vowels in there. So there's only one vowel sound. Honestly, you know what? That's a possibility. That would fit this pattern of consonant, vowel, consonant, vowel, N, consonant. Interesting. But I don't know that for sure, so I'm not going to put that down. That's another vowel we don't know. But it has, oh, it's the upside down Y. We don't know that consonant. Okay. So another word we don't know, and there's that same letter. So these two end in the same letter, same consonant. And, oh, what's this? Oh, this is the same vowel as this one, but it has, didn't we do that little, no, we did the upward one over here. We don't have the downward facing one, do we? Not yet. So this is another one. Huh. Actually, that glyph looks familiar. Let me do a quick scribble of it. Let's just grab that. I'm just gonna throw it here. Enough. To the ruined atoll. Okay, it's not the same, but it's in there. Okay. Also, that does, oh wait. Yeah, that also throws out my idea that these might actually have been compass directions. Because these look like a single character. But if that's the case, then all of these are a single consonant and single vowel sound. So that's not great. What was that though? And like this character that I scribbled down, like the reason I ran over here, so it looks very similar to what's here at the northern point one. The only difference is this extra line here. Interesting. So same vowel sounds at the end, but a different consonant that we're oh wait, the consonant is N. It still starts with an N. I just don't know the vowel. All right. It could still be like no or for north. But wait, no, I have the O vowel, and that's not it. Interesting. What is this? What's this one then? This one is the upper. Oh, we haven't deciphered that one yet. Okay. And this one is most of the way around, but not all the way. And it's it's flip of this, vertical flip of oo. But it is, oh, it's this thing reversed, which I also don't know. Okay, ignore that. This is the same consonant here, with one little dash in the corner. So I don't know that's vowel guide either. So these have the same consonant. This one starts with a vowel, ends with that consonant. This one starts with a consonant, ends with a vowel. And this one, we already discussed that. I don't know that one. Okay, whatever. Is there potentially a character in the center? Because these extend out. Or is this a word going across the center? That might be a word going across the center. It's missing the guideline, though. That's curious. Oh, wait, no. Well... Okay, yeah, this is not actually a character here. I just realized that this is coming down because it's part of this upper one. This is coming up because it's part of this lower one. Okay, no, sorry. There's a reason there's no guideline there, is because there's no letter there. Gotcha. Although it's really interesting that that these stacked together became these other ones. Or wait. No, they didn't. Where did I... Oh, I was blind that day. Okay. All right, I'm glad I fixed that. All right. Undo that scribble. You don't need it. It's distraction at this point. This has the N in it. And the vowel, I do not know. Okay. Didn't mean to do that. Click it, click. This has the N in it as well. Oh, right. There were the shared characters. Okay. I don't have enough information on this. I'm going to leave it alone. This will be fun. To the 4 something. Like, even my guess that this is 2, my very educated guess, it's still, like, the grammar still, works here. So I feel good about that. This is again, but with that character we don't know yet. Although this is one long word. Oh, and it has I. Yeah. In. So something. Let me pull a different color out for this. Sure. So it is consonant and then we didn't figure out that consonant yet. No, we didn't. So another consonant, I, followed by ni. I know this is phonetic and it makes no sense English-wise, but... and then consonants, so no vowel. So, inni. I wonder if this is the ing sound. So, like, this last bit is actually the sound ing. Oh, wait, ing. That wouldn't make sense. Because it would be ing then, but I've already said it's I. But yeah, there's a word there for that first one. I, the, or in it, the. Oh, and then here's L and a vowel we don't know. The L. Do we have... Nope, we don't have that consonant yet. Or that vowel. We do have that one. That's an R. But we don't know this vowel. So, R. Then we have... That's just vowel. There's no consonant in this one. Interesting. So this one ends in a vowel sound. 2 vowel sounds, actually. Huh. So, like maybe Ria kind of idea? But it ends in 2 vowels. I needed something that started with a vowel sound to kind of help lend the weight on this. So I'm still fine with the dot being reverse. Oh, here's that character again, which we haven't figured out. Okay. But it has a P in it. So P something. And we've got the upside down version of this. We don't have chicken leg. So P vowel consonant. So like put or something like that. All right. I hesitate to end this here, but we are approaching 4 hours. And we are also approaching the time where I did promise Ochika that I would hang out with him tonight, so I probably shouldn't delay much longer. But we've made a lot of good progress today. Oh my god, need to sit up again. Rump hurts. That's something else I should do, is I should look into adjusting this chair. And I've said that like a few times now, and I haven't followed through. Whatever. We'll see if I do it again. Ignore my own needs, that is. What's this? This is... it's the reverse of the... It's consonant O. It's not no. So show... Could be show. Oh, sorry. Anyway, getting distracted. Did I mention I like puzzles? So. Oh, that could be so. It does happen. That constant does happen a lot. Maybe that's the sibilance I've been looking for. All right. Well, later. I'll take a look at that later. But yeah, this has been a good time. I think we made some decent progress. Like, we reasoned our way through a lot of stuff. It felt kind of blind, and we kept to the manual for this, and only a handful of pages. So like I had, there's, I'll look at one last image just because I have it. Because like we have this as well, and I'm really curious about this. But this, you know what? Let's just do this, because honestly this makes more sense. Grab that. And I'm going to keep the bird in there as well. And yeah. Let's bring this down. Just push my notes off the top of the page. There are certainly more efficient ways to do that. Yeah. And you know what, let's shrink this down a little as well. Okay. Okie doke, there we go. Bring this out. Yeah. These characters. they are the same. And they're the only 4 characters that appear here. And they appear once per line. So that's interesting. And this is all, and like you can see the base of it here in the screenshot, because I took a larger screenshot. This was the thing that looked like a weather vane. So this might still be a compass. I need to figure out what these vowels and consonants are so we can kind of figure out what they might be trying to say. And then we could figure out how they go into here. Like it has it's a reflected pattern. So like this character here appears in the first slot and the first line, but then only appears in the last slot of the other lines. And same for this character, it mirrors that behavior. And then down the center, these 2 characters just keep flipping back and forth. So I'm curious, like why did they choose those iterations and those specific characters? They're probably not going to spell words. It's another reason why I'm looking at this thing as a compass, because maybe it's directions instead. So I'm curious. So yeah. And maybe I'll just have to do this as another one-off stream later, where like we try and continue what we started once I consolidate all of my scribblings into something more legible, maybe make a little table out of it or something. But yeah, we got something going on here. And there are only so many permutations as well for like how you can arrange I wonder if these count as 2 separate sticks for these far left and right sides of the ring. They might. Yeah. There are only so many permutations for these, though. So. All right. Enough of that. So let me do the thing live on stream. Of course, it's on stream. I could just, if I do mess up, I could just throw this into. I can just redraw it from video. Tunic doodling. Yeah, Tunic doodling. That'll work. Doodling, doodling, doodling. Throw that there for now. I honestly probably should have put that into the same folder as the screenshots. That would make more sense. Where did I put that? There's that. Cut und paste. There we go. Oh, yeah, give me that. Yeah, so like before the stream, I had popped into the game to just grab snippets, screenshots of all the manual pages I currently have, as well as that weather vane. Like that's all I've gotten here. And only for the pages that I have. I might go back and label these with a more useful term. It's like table of contents, for example, for page 2, something like that. But otherwise, yeah, that was good stuff. So I didn't need this, so I'll throw that away. Yeah, it's. Oh man, I'm familiar with Stargate, and my aunt's. She is a huge fan of that show. I am honestly surprised that I didn't watch it yet. Like, I feel like my aunt would have made me watch that one, something with that. But yeah, I would like to watch Stargate, at least the movies. I think it was movies, right? I think there was a few movies, but then there was a series as well. I think there's also a reboot of it. Kind of curious. Oh yeah, we'll hold on to that for later. Let's do a quick wee bit of searching, because you know what? I'm curious. And I don't think I'm gonna hit TOS for a wiki page about Stargate. So, okay, so yeah, there was a film. The film was first. Then there was the television series SG-1. I have heard of SG-1. Okay. And then Atlantis. Oh, that was a long-running series. Like a whole 10 years? Well, that ran later than I thought, too. Huh, okay. And they started a second series before the first had even finished. I guess it's not too different from, like, next Star Trek with Next Generation and Deep Space Nine. Deep Spice. And Outer Spice. Got to season 8 of the SG-1 series, and my friend didn't want to watch it. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, it looks like you got most of the way through it, because what is this, like 10, 11 seasons? Click. 10 seasons. So, you got most of the way through it. Crossover, makes sense. That's actually a lot like the Star Trek ones as well. Those, there'll be some crossover there. Stargate Universe picked up after Atlantis, though, and therefore after SG-1. So those were not active at the same time. There was a web series. Interesting. And then they had an animated series for roughly a year, which tells me it wasn't particularly successful. Direct-to-video. Poor thing. The Ark of Truth. 2 direct-to-video in the same year. Interesting. And they have a video game? Multiple video games? Oh, all right. We've got pinball, sure. Okay, we've got a handful. So it looks like most of it is probably the one movie and the television series. It looks like the movie was the original idea, and then people were like, "That was good. Make more." And then the television series came out of that. And so this was probably the heyday for Stargate, was late 90s and through the noughties. But it seems like by the end of around 2010, interesting to peter out. Okay. Don't bother with that one. Don't bother with which one? Oh, Universe. I see. Atlantis runs side by side with SG-1, supposedly. I see it, and that's actually why we stopped watching the. Want to stop and watch Atlantis? I see. Oh, that's rough then. That means Atlantis accidentally yanked people away from the main series, because they tried to put too many irons into the fire at once. That might explain some of the slow decline then. Okay. But okay, definitely see. So yeah, what I'm getting is must see the movie. There's no doubt there. Must see the SG-1 series. And if I see those, then I should have satisfied the Stargate deities. Sure. And the rest is bonus points. Okay. Yeah, I've heard good things about it. And what snippets I did see of the movie before, that's why I didn't get to watch the movie. I was too young for it, or at least my parents thought I was, and they didn't want me seeing it. That's what happened. And it just slipped my mind when I went to college. So, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Boop. All right. But yeah, I should check that out. Close this. What are my options for rating at this hour? I am curious. Yeah, my parents, I don't know how to word that, honestly. They were trying to be responsible, I guess is a way to put that. I want to put the chat here so I can watch you when my other stream wanders into the territory of the raid browser. they were trying to be, they were trying to be what they thought were good parents. They experimented with a few techniques. I can't blame them for that. And honestly, that is how we got it. That's how my brother and I we got our initial diagnoses for ADHD. They were trying that whole like actually speaking to like a psychologist and counselor and such to be like how do we be good parents? What's wrong with our brats? That kind of garbage. So yeah, and then there, but at the same time, like there's some skeptic. It was a bit skeptical because that was the era when ADHD was kind of being overdiagnosed. So like it was almost seen as the fashionable diagnosis to get. So as a result, it wasn't taken seriously, and it was also poorly understood. Yeah, you have a child, they're not behaving and doing as they're told when you tell them to do it. Clearly, it's ADHD or demons. We could drill a hole in their head and find out. So, which would you like? What do we got going on over here? Oh, I have a fear. So, do I send you over to Papa Mutt? He's preeminent just chatting streamer. His thumbnail concerns me. I'm gonna click on it. Okay, it looks like he's doing a reaction stream. I don't know. We'll put that one. We'll go back. We'll put that one in the side. Papa Mutt's a good guy. I don't really get into the reaction streams. Wow, Whiskey's doing a subathon. That honestly feels so self-abusive. I don't know if I could do that. I'll have to come up with something. I might do something if I ever do a subathon, in the future when subs are a thing I could do. I might consider the reverse subathon that Miss Jackie does, where she does like as you sub, it actually reduces the timer, and so like there's a challenge for me to complete something before the timer expires. In which case, like, I'm not trapped there for, days, weeks on end because the timer keeps going up. And, which, honestly, if the timer keeps going up, that means people are being generous for me. I'm not going to complain about that, but it doesn't seem healthy. So, like, the contributions to reduce a timer, that could be a good mix of, for staying healthy. That'll be future concern, though. He's been on for 27 hours, I saw. Wait, has he? He's not been live the full 27 hours, has he? He went to sleep in there, at least, yeah? He's eating and watching Kitchen Nightmares. Oh my goodness. I hope that he's at least had some sleep in there. Like, I know Corgi Cam, he's also doing a subathon thing, and he goes to sleep. He just kind of puts his stream into, like, rerun mode, and it just plays that. I think he pauses the timer for those. I forget when he goes to sleep. But yeah, I for Whiskey's sake, I hope he's not just non-stop streaming without rest, because last night when I looked at his timer, I think it was long enough it was going to carry him into Wednesday. So, yeah, you need sleep. Your brain will just melt. Like, literally. Ba, 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 ba. Oh. Ba, ba, ba. Let me see, let me see, let me see. Refresh my browser. That's not my browser anymore. All right, well, I've learned something today about how the braid browser, how the raid browser works. It's it's just a pop out window. It's like a modal thing. So it's on the, it just shows us twitch.tv. So if you refresh the page, you just take him back to Twitch's homepage. Not particularly helpful. Take me back. And filter out the Tunic streams, please. Thank you. Yeah, it's bad. Oops. Oh, interesting. It does that if you click into someone's stream and then go back. It loses track. You know, it doesn't even seem to track there because right now it shows me being on my own channel. Interesting. Mountain Drew, perhaps. He's playing a game, it's a new game, Black Myth Wukong. I get the sense that it's one of the more Souls-like games. So, but, yeah. Yeah, let's do that. Let's see. Honestly, I think you had it on spot on, Ray. I think maybe I'll just stick with the whole Dozy raid. In the for now. Let's see. Let me open up this. Wait. I need emotes. That's what I need. I need emotes. I need something I can use for raids and such. And I also need to spell things correctly. So yeah, let's just do this. I think last time we did. Was this it? I think that was it. Yeah, that sounds familiar. So, yeah, let's drop off in Mountain Drew's raid or stream. He's been fun to watch. He's sometimes cursed. I'll let you find out how I mean that. But he's otherwise fairly mellow. So yeah, let's do that. So I'll throw that in there. Feel free to use it if you wish. Otherwise, this was a good time. Thank you for joining me for an impromptu like puzzle stream. And I'll try and do this again. Otherwise, I will be back for my regularly scheduled Wednesday stream. So thank you very much for joining. Let us, you know, I'm just gonna go right in there. I need to work on video editing eventually anyway. So thank you. Catch you later.